Oh, Lord. Hold on, I'm gonna be, I'm very sorry for the delay. I know it's 6 o'clock on the button, but I'm gonna step out again.
Okay. Well, we can hear you and see you now.
Oh, you can see me. Oh, hi.
Yeah. Yep.
Far out. I'll stick around then.
Yeah.
Cool. I had another app that was laid claim to my camera. I'm a little bit red, but so it goes. Oh.
Okay. Looks like we're. I just have to look around. I see Dina. And IT, are we ready? Are we streaming to the outside world now?
We're live.
We're live. Very good. And with no objections, I make sure I've got everybody still here. I just have to look around because everything moves. Everybody moves. So
I know. Okay. We should all be pinned in our spot.
Yeah, exactly.
Like in a little arc.
Camera.
Yeah. So I will call this meeting to order and welcome. And so first, I'd like to call the May 6th, 2021 regular meeting of the Encinitas Planning Commission to order at 6 p.m. So please turn off your cell phones or set them to vibrate. And please also mute your microphone unless you're speaking. So if everybody can go ahead and mute unless you're speaking, it'll help reduce the background noise. Let the record reflect that all 5 of the planning commissioners are present. And we begin our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation, and to the republic
indivisible,
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, it'll be so much easier when we're back and together and we're in sync. So let's see. I don't know if there's any discussion, any announcements about returning to in-person meetings, Roy, any update on that status that we can announce in the beginning here? Right now, I'll go through the standard COVID next, but.
Yeah, no announcement yet. We're still working with the county. I know the governor is, or has announced that things will reopen starting June 15th. So our city manager and team are working with the county to find out more logistics and protocols on how to reopen public meetings. So I will report back as soon as I get confirmation from the city manager.
Appreciate the update.
Sure.
Let's see. So we continue with special arrangements for tonight's Planning Commission meeting due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Pursuant to the State of California Executive Order N-29-20 and the amended County Health Order dated March 18th, 2020, which limits gatherings to no more than 10 people, members of the public will only be allowed to participate in meetings electronically. Tonight's meeting can be accessed and watched at the city's live webcast feed at https://encinitas.gov/government/agendas, plural, -webcasts, also plural. Normally, the Planning Commission is also available for viewing on Channel 19 on Cox Communication, Channel 24 on Time Warner Cable, and Channel 99 on AT&T Uverse. Unfortunately, tonight, Cox, Spectrum, and AT&T Uverse are unavailable due to the ongoing broadcast room renovations at City Hall. So, public comments must be submitted via email. Tonight's agenda describes the process in detail, but I will summarize it. Written public comments to the Planning Commission must be submitted via email by 2 p.m. on the day of the meeting and will be forwarded to the entire Planning Commission. To make oral comment or oral public comments during the meeting, including oral communications, consent calendar, or regular items, you must register by 2 p.m. on the day of the meeting to join the electronic meeting. Members of the public speaking to the commission will not be shown on video. They will be able to watch and listen and to speak when called upon. The speaker may address the commission for up to 3 minutes or in accordance with the time period established by the chair. So our first item is oral communications. We start each meeting with oral communication, where anyone wishing to speak on a topic not on tonight's agenda may request to do so by following the process as previously described. Dina, do we have any oral communications?
We do this evening. We have 7 speakers.
7, okay.
Yep. And first up is Jennifer Hewitson.
Okay. I want to address something that Susan Turney said at the last Planning Commission meeting. I believe that it's best to publicly comment on this. Her comment took something I joked about as if it were a serious concern. And Susan Turney initiated contact with me via Facebook Messenger to thank me for my voting alongside Bruce and Kevin to increase our inclusionary ordinance, R30 zoning, to be substantially higher. I made a joke with a laughing emoticon in response, saying, I hope I won't be expelled off the, for the Planning Commission for my choices. But I was really only joking, and she knew it because she responded to me and said that would happen. While I appreciate that she reached out to thank me, I don't appreciate that my off-the-cuff joke, my comment, was taken out of context. It was intended as humor, but it was portrayed as if I might actually have some fear. So to clear that up, I have previously noted to the mayor that I can't agree with everything that the mayor thinks or says. I have my own mind. And if I simply agree with her about everything, I'm not really doing my job. And the mayor actually agreed with me about that. And she understands that I am my own person and I have my own thoughts about things. And it's important for me to be able to express them. I have never, in the various letters I have sent, received any negative criticism for any comments. And I want to make that really clear. I've sent various letters and responses were largely positive. I have been encouraged to continue to communicate ideas to City Council. So, I tend to weigh things with facts. I examine things, I look for positive solutions, and I represent District 4 as a planning commissioner. And that's pretty much all there is. So I wanted to make sure everything is clear about that I don't have any worries. Staff and council and our mayor have all been great to work with. Never even the slightest fear of being dismissed for something that I say in a meeting.
Who's the next speaker?
Okay. Our first speaker is Jennifer Hewitson.
For the attendees?
She's in the middle. Oh,
Yeah. Was it more? That's Jennifer Yates.
There we go. I just found it. All right. Thank you, Planning Commission, for providing time for the public to speak. I appreciate it. Jennifer Hewitson, Wotan Drive. I want to speak from the heart tonight. As a lifelong resident of Encinitas, I feel that we are selling our soul for the state approval of funding with disregard for citizens, the environment, and our quality of life. I was very hopeful with the approval of Ordinance 2020-09. I felt that it was a long fought battle to find some kind of compromise on the high density push by the state. I was actually really proud of our city council and mayor for working so hard on that. But then the minute it was approved, the state cried foul, said it wasn't good enough, and Encinitas appears to be ready to obediently repeal it. I really hope the city would fight for this. This is a big deal. and it affects current density bonus projects that are negatively impacting neighborhoods. So here we are, poised to be forced into AB 2345, a big state overreach at 50% bonus for density housing projects. The one bright spot, the big idea that may save us, is recommended by this commission, which I appreciate, and it's supported by residents, the 50% inclusionary requirement. I say any developer who expects a 50% density bonus should supply 50% low-income housing on that development. It is a real solution. So let's get moving on this so we can meet the desired results of increasing affordable homes while avoiding the state-mandated misery loves company planning strategy of more, more, more. Let's take a step towards saving our collective soul. Thank you.
Okay. And Jennifer, I think that was actually, this is oral comments, but that one, just the commission should remember, that was really item 8B that applied to. And that's fine. You can give your comment now, and we'll just have to remember it when we get to 8B.
Yeah, I was surprised I was called first, actually, but
Okay, it's no problem, just so everybody's clear.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker is Jane Hendricks. It doesn't look like she has logged on, so we'll come back to her. Next would be Dan Vaughn.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Dan.
Great. So I wanted to also speak a little bit on the HE adoption and some of the activities that happened after the unanimous approval or recommendation by this commission. And in particular, the March 31st closed session meeting where City Council effectively made the decision to cave to HCD. They've disclosed publicly that that at that meeting, they gave direction to outside counsel to draft the April 1 letter documenting the fold strategy. And it's clear that they gave direction to staff based on the revisions to the HE up to and including the day before the April 7th vote. That public hearing was largely a procedural pretense and a formalized vote. As a result of the sort of backroom dealings that's going on, you'll have a couple of items later in the agenda to repeal ordinances, et cetera. And it's caused a great deal of frustration from the public with regards to transparency in these decision-making processes. At Encinitas RRD, we've started circulating a petition, and it reads, in summary, as citizens of Encinitas and surrounding communities, we ask the City Council, Planning Commission, and City staff of Encinitas to carefully consider our future and to continue applying long-standing and legally required review criteria to R30 developments. Do not allow projects that put public safety at risk. Do not ignore municipal code, long-standing design review criteria, or the analysis and mitigation of environmental impacts. Do raise the inclusionary rate so we can build more required affordable housing sooner and reduce the number of new sites that will need to be upzoned. And I'm proud to report that after being in the field for less than 1 week, we have a total of 837 signatures, and 92% of those are Encinitas voters. Clearly, these issues are very important throughout our city, and we as citizens greatly appreciate the careful consideration and transparency that you as Planning Commission bring to the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, next we have Cindy Cremona. And Cindy, you wish to speak on an item not on our agenda, correct?
I think Cindy, you're muted.
Yes, Cindy, you're muted.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to speak on 8B also.
Okay, the oral communications is to speak to the commission on a non-agenda item, so something that's not.
Yes, I know. I thought I had put in my initial request that I'd like to speak to this particular agenda item.
Okay.
Apologies if I didn't.
Oh, no, you're fine. So you wanted to speak to item 8B?
Yes. The one
Okay.
that everybody else is speaking to now.
Okay, I'll move you to that item.
Okay, thanks.
Following Cindy then would be Gerald Kessler.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi Gerald. Is this item or what you wish to speak to not on the agenda this evening?
One sentence is on it, but no, I think I can, it's not really, yeah, one sentence is on it. It has to do with that development over here that they're pushing. So it's not, can I just let it out here? So I get you off the hook here. So, okay, so here I go. I would just like to let you know how upset the neighborhood is about the Staver and Torrey Pacific Corporation plans to develop at least 31 homes on the already busy Melba Road with the help of the density bonus law. The Staver family has lived in Encinitas in North County for many decades, and for the most part has always been stewards of the land and environment in Encinitas and surrounding areas. The Staver family lived a quiet life supporting environmental sound issues within the community. This is the reason, but the density bonus is the reason that they have ability to place these homes with no regard for the surrounding community, and it deeply saddens the neighborhood. It seems like the Stavers are selfishly trying to divide up the neighbors and prey on the vulnerable ones in order to get support for this project. Let me tell you, this project will destroy a grove of Torrey pines and cut down over 200 trees, leaving only 3 because they are on the boundary lines. In addition to this disaster, a historical home built in 1938 will be slated to be torn down. We have suggested keeping this beautiful home in the frontage area, which could serve as a natural bioretention basin on Melba property, and leave that area alone. And perhaps a walking/dirt path could be placed along the side of the road. But unfortunately, the Stavers want to take advantage of the density bonus law and put 31 homes on it. We hope that the city would keep supporting this idea of nature that the neighborhood cherishes. And these trees can be seen for miles throughout the close-knit community, and would be a tragedy to take them all down. I also want to point out the hydrology report that they have is extremely inaccurate. The runoff and the drainage from this property is filled with pesticides and harmful toxins from years of usage of the greenhouse on the properties. Please keep these things in mind when you're making recommendations to council, and continue to keep our community informed about this. Let's see. I ask you to do the right thing for the community when making your recommendations to the mayor and the city council about the density bonus mandate, in which the layperson can barely understand, and you need a law degree to interpret with all the vernacular and terms that they use. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
It looks like our next 2 speakers for oral communication have not logged on. Their names are KJ Butterfield, and the other is Lori Olm. So looks like we'll just move on, I guess, to the consent calendar.
And did we ever get Jane Hendricks either?
No, she did not. So yeah, we'll move on to number 5, changes to the agenda.
Yeah.
You can check that too.
Okay. Let's see. So yeah, moving on to number 5. Are there any changes to the agenda? And I have to admit, I am concerned that tonight's agenda is huge. And I'm a bit concerned that we'll be able to cover all this in a single evening. So I guess I would ask the commission, what do you think? I want to get your opinion. And do you think the order is correct, that we should go through it in this order? Any comments on changes to the agenda? Any desires from the commission? I got Steve, and then I think Amy raised your hand. Go ahead, Steve.
I would suggest that maybe we move item 8. I'm sorry, 8D to the consent calendar. This is an item that is a Measure H was passed by the city, and this is kind of a housekeeping item just to update the municipal code to be consistent with a measure that has already been voted on by the public.
I suspect we have people who would pull it from consent.
I realize that, but I think their issues maybe go beyond, well, that's part of the discussion. I would also maybe suggest, as much as I would like to discuss 8F about the Northwest Corridor of Leucadia, I just suspect that we're going to run out of time, and maybe we could do that at a different time.
That was one of my precise thought, and I actually would consider even putting the cannabis ordinance in the same boat, that we may run out of time for it too. You know, I thought when we, the commission direction last time was, and in the discussion with Roy, I thought we were going to, there were 4 items, and we were going to move a couple of them to the second meeting in this month, and that we were going to have 2 of them on this month, plus the inclusionary.
Yep.
I don't know, Roy, can you respond as far as what happened and what's coming up in 2 weeks? That is there more on that agenda too?
No, I think if the reason why these items are on tonight's agenda is because we've already published the legal. So we're anticipating that we're anticipating that if we don't hear, it's okay that if we don't hear those items, that those items could be moved to the next agenda if we don't get to it, which is why those items were placed towards the end of the agenda, the way it's organized.
Okay, I appreciate that, but the 2 things happen when you put things on this agenda. One, this commission has an inordinate amount of material to go through in 1 week, and therefore I think, not that I let it happen, because I actually took a day off work to study more, but you know, things get studied less. And number 2, the public has come to this meeting and hurried and prepared and made sacrifices. And so where we can, my goal, and I want to hear from the commission, it would be to try and set the agendas so that we do what we say and say what we do. And I thought we had clear direction last time, and here we jammed it all into one meeting, one notice. And I know legally that's fine, but the staff report could have said continued to next meeting as per commission direction at the previous meeting. And that would have satisfied, I believe that would have satisfied the notification requirements, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so you know, I know we're going to talk about bylaws and well, I'll go around. I think I've got several. So who is next? I think I had Amy. You don't have your hand up. Are you good?
No, I would concur with you. I mean, this is a pretty slammed agenda, and that doesn't mean that we can't get the city's business done, but I do concur with you. This is a lot.
Yeah. So then I'm going to go to Susan, then Kevin, and then Steve. Susan?
Yeah, my recommendation, since we've waited a long time to hear the report from Kevin and Amy, Commissioner Doyle and Flicker, on the La Costa corridor, I would like to move that to first. It's a simple report, and we can at least hear it. Maybe we will have some follow-up on that at another meeting, but I would like to hear what they have to say first. And I would move 8A, 8D, and 8E all to consent calendar. I do not see why we need to go back into the group home. We know that the HCD had problems with it. We need to repeal that. 8D, I agree with Steve. This is something that was passed by voters. I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah. This is something that was passed by the voters, and I don't see a need for us to get into it. I think staff can set rules for that, and I would be very comfortable with just turning that over to staff, directing staff to treat it similarly to any business that is similar to a mind controlling substance like an alcohol use, a cigarette use. those are also things that are sold at establishments, retail
Okay.
establishments.
And
then
we don't want to discuss the issue now. We're just talking about rearranging so be careful not to go into the issue per se. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And as far as
Barry will hit me
AE,
if I don't.
and as far as AE
Right.
moving that on, I would be in favor of that on the consent calendar as well. The parking is something that we've hashed out a number of times in the past.
Okay, Kevin.
Well, I agree. It's like there's not in 4 years here. The worst thing that happens is we get a big fat agenda. I read the staff reports. I highlight things. We don't get to the items, and I get another staff report next time around that needs to be vetted and highlighted again. It's time consuming and it's very frustrating. So aspirational items like we put at the end here, I think probably could have and should have been continued to the following meeting. Concerning this specific agenda tonight, the final item, honestly, I am not as well prepared for a preparation or presentation of the La Costa corridor, and I would be okay with pushing that to our next meeting. The parking regulation amendments, honestly, I've given it a cursory read, but I do not feel I've vetted that in ways that I would like to, and I wouldn't mind pushing that one as well. But honestly, if there are other commissioners say, no, we've looked at it, it's good, I may go along with it. The cannabis amendment is going to eat some time. There's people who want to speak to this item. I want to speak to this item, things relating to it. I mean, we have to pass the ordinance. It's a citizen initiative, but there are things that are not as well defined as they should. And I think we're going to need to address some bits and pieces around the edges. A and B, I think we're queued up to discuss that. I think we should. We've been given a time. Those ones have a time constraint. When council agreed with HCD, I think, what was it, 3 or 6 months, they agreed that they would take action. 3. So these ones don't get pushed. These ones need to be addressed today.
Okay. Steve, you have your hand up?
Yes, I would agree with Susan's items for consent tonight, in addition to the one I've already mentioned. And I'd also, could we clarify, has there been any change already to the consent calendar? 6A particularly, is it still on the consent calendar?
My understanding, it is still on the consent calendar.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, but we haven't asked the question, has anybody pulled it? But that's a great segue. So we could put stuff on the consent calendar, but the public could pull it, or any one commissioner. And like Commissioner Doyle, A and B I would pull. So by default, it's not going to be on the consent calendar. If any one of the commissioners pulls it, it comes off the consent and we hear it in full. So all I was trying to get into is, are there any things that we could, when we get to them, continue and not make people wait around till the end of the night? And so I don't think A and B are candidates. D is cannabis. Dina, do we have anybody pulling cannabis from, or commenting on oral comments, or sorry, speaking to cannabis tonight?
Yes. So
Yeah.
I can maybe just tell you the number of speakers. 6A, we have 1. 8A, we have 1. 8B, we have 2. 8C, we have 4. Item 8D, we have 17. And
Wow.
8F, we have 1. So you have at least 1 on every item.
Wow. So,
Oh, and
And Bruce, we have a couple of callers. I want to allow them to talk and find out what they're calling in about, because we don't have any name associated with these numbers.
oh, and they could be some of the people that registered for the oral comments.
Yeah, is it okay if I allow them to talk really quick?
Yes, yes. And following our policy of our practice of being forgiving with Zoom, because most people don't do Zoom. And I think every one of the commissioners can empathize with it. And I apologize to the audience members, but yeah, please let's step back and see if those are our missing oral comment people.
Yeah. So the person with the phone number ending in 7,000, can you please let us know what you are here for tonight?
You have to come off mute,
Yeah.
whoever it is.
Yeah, I mean, they should, yeah, see, I'm not sure if, let's see.
Can I just ask that again? Is this how we're going to address people? Is people that have the phone number ending in something?
So they should have, so there should have been, they should have sent some sort of, there should be more than just a phone number. There should be some sort of a name
Okay,
associated with that.
that's totally fine. I just want to be able to like respect them. So, okay. Is that how we're doing it? Like phone number ending in?
Not
No,
normally.
it was just two people. This has never happened before, but there was, we were making accommodations for people who perhaps didn't have a computer or a smartphone.
Totally.
If
Yeah.
they had a landline, there's an option to call in. So
Yeah.
there was no way to associate a name with the number. So, and there's just two of those. So we just want to make sure.
Yeah, they're not. So-
Okay, not a problem. I just want to make sure I'm respecting people.
Yeah. And neither one of them have responded. So.
And one of them just signed off.
Oh, they both, okay.
And so did the second one.
So-
We chased them away.
No, I hope they will. So let's continue moving. As far as what we were talking about was changes to the agenda. And it sounds like, contrary to what I said earlier, Steve, somebody is pulling 6A. And in fact, we did get an email to that effect from Kathleen Lease, I believe, in the public. So are there any that the commission that aren't getting pulled? I don't want to make people wait around. So I guess at this time, do we go in the order that they are presented? And then we get to where we get to. Steve?
Yeah, I would say we go in the order. When something gets pulled from consent, does that then go to the back of the line or the front of the line?
Front of the line.
Okay, good.
Yep.
And would it be safe to say that item 8F, we will continue to a future hearing?
Until the commission makes that action, we can't guarantee it. So,
Okay.
But I think the likelihood is high.
I'm just concerned about people staying around all night to only find out that 10 o'clock comes and, 8E and 8F.
Well, let me make a proposal then. Why don't we'll handle anything pulled from consent. So 6A will handle first. And the change to the agenda I would recommend is we handle 6E, then 8E, then 8F, and we can make the immediate action that we are going to continue a date certain to the next meeting. And that way the people will get it right up front and they won't wait around. And then the only people that might have to wait till the end of the night and may still get continued in all likelihood would be the cannabis people.
I would support that.
Yeah. I'm not seeing a lot of response from Kevin. You have your.
I would support that as well.
Okay. So if I don't see any objections, that will change the agenda to that order. 8E, 8F, 6A, 8E, 8F, and then 8A, B, C, D in that order. Okay, so that's changes to agenda. First up is the consent calendar items which we have pulled, which I believe are pulled, right, Dina? So we'll move straight to items removed from consent calendar. And this would be item 6A, which is the RU new single family residence, case number CDP 004123-2020. And this is a public hearing to consider the approval of a coastal development permit to allow the demolition of all on-site structures and construction of a new single family residence with a detached single car garage and other on-site improvements. The project is located at 1060 Urana Avenue in Leucadia.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I believe you had moved items 8E and 8F to consent to continue to a date certain. Is that correct?
No. I think I thought we were going to hear them and can we move them to consent as a continuation item?
Yes.
Directly?
Yes.
If the commission is okay with that, yeah, let's do that then. So I'm sorry, I'll back up. We'll do consent calendar. So it sounds like we have two items on consent, and those are items 8E, which is the parking regulation amendment, case number policy 004445-2021, and I won't read all the detail. And then also item 8F, which is the Planning Committee Subcommittee report from Vice Chair Doyle and Commissioner Flicker. And the proposal is to continue those dates certain to May 20th Planning Commission meeting. So do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Was that a motion or do you need a second?
It'd be nice to have a motion and then somebody do second.
I'd motion that we approve the consent calendar.
Okay, second, anybody?
I'll second.
Okay, call the question.
1 second. Lots of clicking. And I'm sorry, who seconded that one?
Kevin.
Kevin, okay,
Steve moved, Kevin seconded.
gotcha. Okay. All right, and I'll call the question. Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Dalton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod. Commissioner Sherrod?
Aye.
Okay, and Commissioner Flicker?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. Okay, so now items removed from consent calendar. And so we'll hear item 6A, and I've already read the description. So are there any disclosures? Steve?
Yeah, I'd like just to disclose that Alan Tita, the designer of this project, and I used to work together 15 years ago. I consider Alan a friend, but I have not talked to him about this project prior to this meeting. And my association with him wouldn't affect my judgment on this case.
Okay, and we begin with a staff report. And quite frankly, who's the planner? It's Jay, right?
Commissioner Ehlers, Jay DiCioso here.
Oh, there you
I
are.
prepared a very brief staff report if you'd like to hear it.
I think we have one. Can we, in the interest of speed, do we need it? I think the one speaker who pulled the item who had a very brief comment. So I think we've all read the staff report, so I don't think we need to go through it. If that's okay. Anybody want to hear the staff report?
No.
Okay, good. So I now open the public hearing, and does the applicant wish to address the commission?
This is Alan with Trey Architecture. We're here to answer any questions. I think we have a great project on our hands that's going to really improve the area, and we're excited for our clients to get going and move into the neighborhood. So available for any questions.
Okay, very good. And Dina, do we have public comment?
Oh, yes, we do have one speaker, and that would be Kathleen Lee.
Okay.
Yes. Commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. You never know about these things. Anyway, I am Kathleen Lees, and I also live on Urania, directly across the street from this project. And I am not at all against this project being built. My concern is the ongoing traffic and safety situation that we have on Urania, and especially at this intersection where Brittany dead ends into Urania. So I wanted the Rose to be aware of it, and turns out that they are, because everyone except city staff has spoken to them about the traffic situation. So I want to speak to make this available, or awareness to city staff when they talk to people, that it's important that this little street, 18 feet in front on Urania, and Brittany is 19 feet wide, and there's no parking, there's no on-street parking for these three panhandle lots at all. And so all of the overflow parking goes on to Brittany, which is fine, except that we can't have people parking there every day, because virtually every house within a radius of 10 or 15 houses uses that parking for when they have parties or they have extra guests or anything. So every time I drive down Leucadia Boulevard, I look at that bicycle sitting at the corner where that gentleman was killed riding his bike. And the thought of something like that happening on this corner is just something that bothers me and worries me and has for years. And I want to just remind the city that it's dangerous and it's scary. And I hope the Rouse have a good time getting their house built and they get it built in time. And I know that they'll be wonderful neighbors. So I just wanted to remind the city once again that we have very dangerous traffic situation in this neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So is there any discussion? Any response from staff? Amy first.
First and foremost, thank you, Ms. Lees, for your information. Question, guys, do we know how much parking is going to actually, is going to be happening as a result of the final project? Do we know that?
Well, there's three cars, 2-car garage and a 1-car garage, plus driveway space. So the project meets every code requirement for parking on site, if not exceeds it a little by if you count the driveway spaces.
And I don't know if, staff might, that's probably what staff would have said exactly, I would assume, so.
Thank you, Commissioner Dalton. That is correct. It's the house proposed is approximately 3,800 square feet. Houses greater than 2,500 square feet require 3 parking spaces, 2 in a garage, and 1 can be in a garage or in the driveway. So in this case, they have a 2-car garage and a 1-car garage, and there's ample space throughout the driveway. So it exceeds, as Mr. Commissioner Dalton said, all the parking requirements for the house. Yes. Yes.
So just quick question. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for my voice. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you say that the threshold for the 3 parking spaces is what they're meeting. I think what they're concerned about is overflow. Yes?
Yeah, that's what, from what I understand, Kathleen Lees is talking about, it's the general neighborhood and parking on Brittany, Normandy, and Urania within the public right of way.
Yeah, and I think what Steve and staff, and I would say too, is that the project is fully meeting the parking requirements and that we could never, I would not be able to make findings to deny based on parking in this case, because it's fully compliant. So Susan, did you have, I saw your hand go up and I wasn't sure if you were looking to talk. And then Kevin.
Well, I was only going to say the same thing, that it's already in the staff report that there was a 2-car garage, and a 1-car, so it's detached. So it does meet. And I think that probably residents are concerned because a street dead ends into the project. And so if they do have guests, they'd probably be parking on in front of other homes on that street, perhaps. And so I'm sure that's why they're concerned. But as commissioner, we have no issue with something that meets all of the requirements, and it does.
Yeah. And Kevin, you've got your hand up.
Yeah. Again, yeah, there are 3 enclosed garage spaces. That's not the issue here. I think the bigger issue is Urania itself. I mean, the fact that this is this weird cut through, it's literally the only way in and out of this neighborhood. Other than going all the other way out past Piraeus to La Costa. And I'm curious if this looks like something that should be on the Traffic and Public Safety Commission's work plan. They look at all these problem intersections, and I'm curious if there's any way we could find out through staff and connecting up with Abe Bendigan whether or not this is something they're looking at. Or are we just gonna roll with the punches on Urania, just let it ride?
Well, I think I'll go to Steve, and we got to be careful that we can't come up with a new item about traffic on Urania that's not this project. So, Steve?
That's my point. I don't think we can saddle the homeowner here with the problems for an entire street.
I'm not trying to.
No,
I'm sorry, am I still on?
Yeah, sorry, Kathleen.
I'm not complaining about where they park. I just want to point out that it's a very treacherous situation we have here. So whatever you can do, we'd appreciate it.
Understood, Kathleen. I'm sorry, you should be muted at this point. So we're in commission deliberation. So Steve, did you get to finish?
Essentially that. It's a single family house. Everybody has a right to build a single family house and utilize the public way.
Okay, I got Kevin's hand. Sorry, thought you were stuff.
They're providing enough, more than the minimum requirement of parking on the site. And if Urania is an issue, that's a separate issue that maybe is a different night than tonight to discuss.
Yeah, and now Kevin, then Amy. Kevin, you've got your hand up.
Oh, do I still have my hand up? I was gonna, I'm sorry. I was gonna move for approval, so I'll yield to Amy.
Amy, you had your hand up.
I was just gonna say, I mean, to Ms. Lee's point, I think as a planning commission, we need to plan and help with planning. And there is going to be significant traffic issues that are going to be happening here. So, you do a little bit here and a little bit there, and before you know it, you've just got all this mess going on. So I understand you, Chair, that there might not be enough for a finding here, but we just got to be careful, guys. Okay.
And then, so there are 2 points I was trying to make. One is that, like Steve, I agree that this homeowner has fully satisfied our laws, and I literally cannot make a finding to deny based on parking. Number 2, I wanted to be careful that as the discussion morphs into traffic and the traffic problem on
Urania.
Urania, thank you. The intersection there and the danger, that is not the agenda item tonight, and we have to be careful that we don't discuss or take an action that is that item because it wasn't agendized properly. Now, we could, during adding things to our future agendas, we could agendize something if a commissioner feels so. So any other, and I appreciate the speaker bringing up a safety issue and keeping it in front of the commission and the city and the staff. That is what we're here for. We just have to do tonight's action tonight and stay focused on that too. Kevin.
Can I make a motion for approval, please?
Okay, and and Steve?
Seconded.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the question.
All right, Chair Ehlers?
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle?
Aye.
Commissioner Dalton?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharon?
Aye.
And Commissioner Flicker?
This one, I will say aye.
Okay, the vote passes unanimously.
Okay, very good.
All right, my name's Dave. I'm calling from.
With that, we will move on to our regular agenda where items are heard with a staff presentation, commissioner questions, public input, and planning commission discussion. The first item on tonight's regular agenda is item 8A, the repeal of ordinance number 2020-16, which is case number PLCY-004489-2021. It's a public hearing to consider repealing ordinance number 2020-16, the group home permit ordinance, and reinstating zoning code language existing prior to adoption of the ordinance. The Planning Commission will be making a recommendation on the item to the City Council. The City Council will consider the item at a separately noticed public hearing. Are there any disclosures? Hearing none, we'll move on. Let's see, we begin with a staff report presented by Principal Planner Jennifer Gates.
All right, good evening, Chair and Planning Commissioners. Jennifer Gates, Project Planner. This item is a public hearing to consider the adoption of Planning Commission resolution to recommend adopting ordinance number 2021-08, repealing ordinance number 2020-16, known as the group home permit ordinance, which will reinstate the language in Titles 2, 9, and 30 of the Encinitas Municipal Code, as well as the downtown Encinitas North 101 corridor, Encinitas Ranch, and codify the C-specific plans that existed prior to adoption of ordinance number 2020-16. The Planning Commission will make a recommendation on the item to City Council, and the City Council will consider that item at a separately noticed public hearing. On December 16th, 2020, the City Council adopted the ordinance 2020-16 that specified how the city would implement a new group home permit process and regulations. During HCD's review of the 6th cycle housing element, the city received a comment letter on February 4th, 2021, stating that the group homes ordinance is in conflict with state law. It stated that the city must modify Program 2E to commit the city to immediately remove or suspend the ordinance and uphold current state laws regarding their fair and equal treatment of persons with disabilities without discrimination in land use. The city then received a notice of violation on March 25th, 2021, reiterating the concerns expressed in HCD's February 4th housing element letter and stating that HCD may notify the Office of the Attorney General when a city takes actions that violate the government code. Staff, based on the advice from legal counsel, recommended that Program 2E of the housing element be amended as recommended by HCD, given HCD's view that the ordinance as adopted did not comply with state law. On April 7th, 2021, City Council adopted the 6th cycle housing element, which included an objective in Program 2E to repeal ordinance number 2020-16 within 3 months. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend that City Council approve the proposed ordinance 2021-08, repealing ordinance 2020-16. Ordinance number 2020-16 is not yet in effect because it has not yet been approved by the California Coastal Commission, which extended its review time to March of 2022. Thus, changes made by the ordinance have not yet been implemented or enforced by the city. That concludes staff's presentation, and staff as well as special counsel are here to answer any questions.
Okay, do I have any questions from the commission? If not, I've got one. The first one I would have is we received, and I don't know if the entire commission received the comment on 8B, on item 8B, but I think the same legal issue exists here. The Craig Sherman memo. It's rather 61 pages, but it's rather thick. I don't know whether everyone got to read it or not. But one of the points made about the other ordinance repeal is that the claim that the ordinance is not in effect, they claim is not true. In fact, where it's outside the Coastal Commission jurisdiction, did not the ordinance immediately go into effect at the time that it was adopted and whatever the effective date was. So I guess my question is probably for Barbara to comment and or Jennifer.
The city's practice has been that the ordinances do not go into effect either within or outside the coastal zone until they are approved by the Coastal Commission. The city made one exception when it adopted the 5th cycle housing element and allowed the ordinance to go into effect outside the coastal zone before the Coastal Commission approved it. But that was not the case with these two ordinances, which had the city's usual practice of having the ordinances not go into effect either within or without the coastal zone until the Coastal Commission had approved it.
And it actually said that in the ordinance?
Yes.
Oh.
Jennifer, do you want to?
Yeah, in the ordinance that Barbara is referencing for that was approved with the housing element in the 5th cycle, it specifically stated that that the ordinance would automatically go into effect for outside the coastal zone. So that whereas was not included and has not been included in any ordinances in the past, nor in these ordinances.
So by omission, it was
Well, I
inferred.
assume that there's an effective date which says it'll become effective.
Effective after
approval of the Coastal Commission.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I recall back in the city's ballot argument against Proposition A in particular made this big deal about the bifurcation of the city until the Coastal Commission approved the initiative. And so it was you know, I didn't realize we had sometimes where we make them go into effect only when the Coastal Commission approves, and other times we let it go into effect outside the coastal area.
Cities vary widely about what is actually included in their local coastal plan. But in this case, both of those, most of the city's zoning ordinance is part of the local coastal plan. And as a consequence, you know, changes have to be approved by the Coastal Commission to be in effect within the coastal zone. And the city doesn't generally want this bifurcation, as you discussed.
Yeah. Okay. That's something I didn't catch in the reading the staff report or understand on the original ordinance. So I appreciate that clarification. Are there any other questions of?
To Bruce.
Clarification this item? ADUs and the wherever we had ADUs. Can you guys hear me? I'm getting a note that I'm losing some internet connection. Okay, good. That we made timing and trigger dates consistent. We replaced the wording occupants with residents and added the comments about possession in addition to drug use. So I would think that we seem to be throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Is there comments or response to that request?
Just one, with both of these ordinances, the city felt that there were pieces of what had been adopted that were that could be reintroduced and do not have, you know, but the problem is if the city does anything other than reinstate the previous language, if the city repeals the ordinances and does not reinstate the previous language, it'll be left without any ordinance in either area because then the ordinance will represent a change to the local coastal program and have to be approved by the Coastal Commission again. So the city's thought, so in this case, the city's thought was to repeal both ordinances for now, specifically reinstate the previous language, which is now in the local coastal plan. And so it requires no action by the Coastal Commission. And then if there are pieces that the city would like to reinstate, to come back and consider those separately.
Okay, and we'll have a further discussion on the next one because there's a one-way street there I think we're going to run into. But I see Amy's hand up, and then, well, wait, before I go to Amy, I see Barry, you have your hand up. Why don't I let Barry speak first, and then we'll go Amy, and then Kevin, and anybody else. Barry?
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to make a couple of comments that are actually applicable to not only this action, but also the following action on the density bonus. And I wanted to kind of, because of the unique situation that we're in, I wanted to kind of put the context out there for your exercise of your decision here. And the first thing I wanted to just lay out is that you're acting today in your advisory capacity. And you're being asked to make a recommendation on both the group home ordinance as well as the density bonus ordinance. And that's to be distinguished from your decision-making authority when you are granting or denying permits, et cetera. And as you may recall, you were asked to provide recommendations on both the group home ordinance and the density bonus ordinance previously, which you did. And in fact, the council, after considering your your recommendations actually included most of them into these ordinances and adopted the ordinances. Subsequently, as you know, HCD has objected to these ordinances and have basically indicated that the certification of the housing element is at risk unless we do this rescission. The city council made a determination that it would be best in the city's best interest that the city agree to rescind the ordinance in order to obtain certification of the housing element. And they adopted as part of the housing element programs the actions to rescind these two ordinances. Now, all of you know that that decision was not made lightly. And in fact, I think each council member expressed their opposition to HCD's position. But they determined that it was best in order to avoid continued litigation, expenditures of scarce public funds, and commitment of staff resources, that it was in the best interest of the public to rescind the ordinances. So in essence, the city council has made a policy decision to rescind the ordinances. And tonight we bring these items to you in essence to implement that council policy decision. It's a procedural requirement that we bring these actions to you because they constitute zoning amendments, and we request your recommendation. So I just want to kind of lay that context out for you because this is kind of an unusual situation. Usually we are coming to you in a first impression and asking for your recommendation to help us develop an ordinance. In this case, because of the unique situation with HCD, I think the council has made a policy decision about rescinding these ordinances, and we're moving forward, bringing them to you in order to implement that policy. So I just wanted to have you consider that context as you consider both the rescission of the group home ordinance as well as the density bonus ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Amy?
So can I speak freely? Roy,
Over here.
I totally and completely get where you're coming from. That was very, very, very well said and crafted. It doesn't mean that I like it. So I'm not quite sure. I'm not actually, you know what? I'm going to stop talking because I'm not quite sure what's best to do here because this is not okay. So what do we do? Guys, what do we do?
Okay, so if you're done, I'm going to go to Kevin, Susan, then Steve. Kevin?
Thank you. I know my biggest concern when this came in front of council and they agreed to revoke these two ordinances was literally hundreds of hours that went into both of them. These were not, we didn't hack these things out overnight. These were really well reasoned. We went through multiple meetings on this. We passed it to council, who again, you know, this has been vetted very carefully with multiple legal representation. We've had Barbara Couts and we've had Barry Schultz. We've had at least 3 lawyers, 4, I think, who've been involved in both of these decisions. And this is my biggest concern was that we would throw these things out, all of this work, and then have no way of resurrecting all the good work that's been done. I mean, it certainly seems to me that this could have been handled much, much differently from HCD. I feel that they're flexing their muscles. They've been given new authority to enact penalties, and we are the poster child. We've already, so it feels that they've decided they're going to make an example of us. And I look at the notice of violation we're getting for this one. I mean, other cities are not. I feel they're slapping us down in order to kind of put the other cities on notice. And it's just wrong. It's not the way it should be handled. We've been declared, they're kind of telling the public that we've done illegal things making these two ordinances, and honest to God, we have not. These are very carefully crafted ordinances. my hope, and Barbara, you may know this, you alluded to this a moment ago, is, you know, if we rescind these ordinances, can we resurrect them? Or as soon as we bring them up, will HCD come and slap us back down again? And that's all I have to say after you speak. Thank you, Barbara.
So okay.
Yeah.
Barbara, do you want to respond? And then we'll go to, I think it was Steve, then Susan.
Well, I mean, there's clearly aspects of the ordinance that HCD completely objects to, but particularly some of the fair housing provisions, I think, particularly given your obligation to affirmatively further fair housing, I think, you know, and one of the, under California state law, affordable housing, families with children are considered to be protected classes. And I think, you know, some of the provisions of the ordinance that did that could be resurrected. With other, you know, other provisions, they seem, you know, unless, you know, the city decided it wanted to fight rather than quit, I think probably are not worth resurrecting. But I mean, I think there's, anyway, yeah.
Okay, Steve, your turn.
I think Susan was ahead of me if she'd like to go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting it backwards. Yeah. I wish we had a numbering system on this, but it's Zoom. So Susan, thank you.
And Bruce,
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I believe that with the coastal constriction that we have, the restrictions that we have, it is our best bet that we just go ahead and agree with repeal. I would have put this on consent calendar. I wouldn't even, I don't have an issue with it because we're boxed in. And I think you really need to choose your battles with HCD. And I think we need to be a lot smarter about how we deal with HCD. And this is one that we cannot win because it would have to go back through coastal and there isn't going to be time for it to go back through. So we really need to just move and approve to repeal it, is my opinion.
Steve?
I agree with what Susan just said, and I think Barry gave a very good kind of context for what we're doing. This is not our last bite at the apple. It's really just a procedural thing that we will have an ability to come back to later and address specific items about it. I've lost the thread a little bit. Are we in a discussion mode, or are we still getting public comment?
Well, yeah, we haven't even gotten to public comment. Technically, we're asking for clarification from staff. So we have, you are correct, we have slipped into deliberation. So I'm gonna kind of cut us off here, and we'll go to open the public hearing, public comments, and Dina, I believe we have one speaker?
Yes, one speaker, and that is Dan Vaughn.
Okay, so let's do that, and then we'll come back, and we'll keep the public comment open, and staff can continue to answer questions, obviously, since they are the applicant.
Okay, so I keep getting booted and then reconnected between speaking spots. I will be speaking again, so I don't know if that's absolutely necessary. I promise to stay muted if you don't want to keep the delays.
Yeah.
So I wanted to just address a few issues here. First, the Craig Sherman letter that was submitted properly to the planning at Encinitas CA alias last night, and the letter from myself this morning addressing both this item and the following item. And I heard from the chair that the commission hadn't received those as of about 3 o'clock this afternoon. And so I went ahead and contacted Dina directly, and she promptly forwarded them. But you know, I want to speak to the efficacy of the new process there. I don't know that it's fair to the commission or the public or the commenters if we're trying to give you guys a fair night's read ahead of the commission to digest something as meaty as Sherman's legal document. I think, you know, we need to make sure that you guys get them in a prompt manner. And so I'd like you all to consider mechanisms that can get public comments to the commissioners in a more efficient manner. To the meat of the Sherman argument as it goes to the CEQA issue, he quotes on page 3 Staff is wrong to say that CEQA does not apply because the Coastal Commission did not yet take an action to make the adopted code effective. The legal mandate for CEQA becomes operative at the time of the city's adoption, not at the time of a responsible agency's review and approval. And he goes on to cite Communities for a Better Environment or South Coast Air Quality Management District. And further, the standard at which the CEQA exemption is being sought, that there's no possibility of a environmental impact, is a very high bar. Encinitas already has raised possibilities, at least for 8B, of environmental harm. And the duty of the city, and in this case, the commission as the representative agent for this level of the proceeding, is to find with absolute certainty that there is no possibility of those impacts. Absolute certainty is an incredibly high standard. And so you guys, as the Planning Commission, have a responsibility here to weigh the evidence yourselves and make an independent judgment. You're being asked to rubber stamp the council majority's promise, which was essentially adopted behind closed doors on March 31st, and based on a potential threat of litigation. There's been no certainty of litigation. It's just a threat. And this legal judgment and decision being weighed behind closed doors and out of the public view is contrary to the public policy interests. You guys as an independent body have the opportunity to bring the facts and the judgments and weigh these and consider them yourselves independently. You don't have to defer to the council majority's judgment behind closed doors. You can weigh the stuff, you should weigh the stuff. We need you to weigh the stuff independently and come to your own judgment on what's in the best interests. You have a responsibility to represent your best judgment and make a recommendation based on your best judgment to the council publicly. And then the public can hold the council accountable to their choice to adopt or change from your recommended action. And we get to decide the merits of their judgment versus yours. That's the way this process is supposed to work. So while Encinitas RRD and myself don't take any position on the merits of repealing this particular ordinance, the group home ordinance, we do strongly urge you to take the time and duty to do your job, to weigh the interests independently and publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll, would staff like to respond to the public comments? Otherwise, we'll go back into or go into the commission deliberation. Let's see, I had a couple of hands up, I think, or did I have one hand up? Susan, do you still have your hand up?
Sorry about that. My comment that I made earlier still applies. I believe that we really don't have a choice on this one. And I also think we need to choose our battles.
Okay. If nobody else has comments, I'll hop in. We also got a letter, and I hope everyone on the commission got it and read it. We got one for 8A and 8B, 2 total, 1 each, from former Commissioner Chair Glenn O'Grady. And I really appreciated his comments and his sage advice and perspective, because 1, he spent quite a bit of time on this commission. Number 2, his comment, I'll quote it, is basically HCD is abusing its authority to approve and certify the housing element by creating the impression that it won't certify it if the city doesn't repeal our ordinance. And I just wonder if that isn't an abuse of authority. And I think if we read through Dan will probably talk on 8B and say much the same thing, and the same comment applies there too. I'm looking at this. It was interesting, Susan, that your oral comments today were precisely along the lines of, we are our own people and we need to judge independently and not necessarily assume the mandate of the council means we must vote to approve. We must weigh the evidence in front of us. And I thought your your point you made about the comments and the joke you made, spoke to this issue. I was surprised. So I agree with that. So, and I agree with Commissioner or former Chair O'Grady's position that we should spend more time than just repealing this. And I think we're throwing out much good work. The net effect of us repealing this will do nothing other than shift the legal onus from the city's legal staff to private citizens. And that's been true of Prop A. That's been true of many of these projects. The city is not defending the local neighborhoods, the local citizens, the citizenry as a whole, the general plan as a whole, or Prop A, and it falls upon private parties to bring lawsuits. And I just can't support that. The way I look at this is the council has made a politically expedient decision that doesn't necessarily support what I believe is the better good of the city, and they're succumbing to what I would characterize as bullying tactics by HCD. So I won't be supporting this. Susan?
There's nothing that prevents us from returning to it at another time. There is nothing that prevents us from going back and doing what we already set out to do, provided that we don't violate any state laws. I think that when we reviewed this previously and we talked about setting up a boundary of 500 feet or whatever it was, I asked during that meeting, I said, is that possible to do? Would that be okay? And I was told, yes, we have the right to do that. But at the time, I didn't think we did. And I asked. And now it turns out, no, we did not have the right to make that requirement about 500 feet in distance and noticing and stuff. So these kinds of properties should not have to be burdened, is the point of the HCD, right? That's what they're saying, that we're burdening these types of properties with what we added into the ordinance. But our prior ordinance, they were okay with. All we have to do is go back to it, because we can still take a look at changing some parts of it, but we can't change them in time for it to be included in our LCP, right? And that is the sticking point that I see as insurmountable and the reason why we should repeal it. I'm not saying we shouldn't try to put what we need into it to protect our community. I really want to protect our community. But at this point in time, I don't want to lose the whole thing. It's better to repeal back to what they approved than not to. Yeah. It's the lesser of the evil. It's that same thing.
Sorry.
The lesser of two evils.
Kevin, I'll call on you next. I was going to hop in there. I didn't put my hand up per se, so it was in my head. I wanted to respond to Susan. A couple things. One, in this case, I think there's less of a one-way street. So your argument flies. But I think in the case when we get to the next item and discuss it, we'll see that there was a deadline that passed that once we repeal, we can never go back to where we wanted to go. I just shouldn't treat these two together. Number two is let's see, I lost my train of thought in there. So let me push to Kevin here. Kevin, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Bruce. We're kind of bouncing around from 8A to 8B here.
Well, I'm trying to stick on 8A only, but obviously to the degree staff and we will refer to it, but we're really debating 8A only.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Yes, we've split these up. I mean, the only thing I really wanted to preserve from 8A from our group homes ordinance was the mandatory distancing of the units. It prevents clumping. It prevents individual units from appearing to be multiple units. It was the only thing I really wanted to preserve from there. I mean, everything else we did was good. I especially like the fact that we created a special class for people who have multiple of these small sober home businesses running, and they should be treated as a conglomerate business. But if we're just looking at 8A, I'm agreeing with Susan. I'm going to pick my battles. I'm not going to fight on this one. Group homes, we can repeal as per council's decision. I'll have more to say on item 8B, the density bonus law, but group homes, it's not worth fighting over.
Okay. And do I see any hands up? And so I remembered where I was going. First of all, I want to make it very, very clear. I completely agree that group homes for any disability or protected class should be treated identically to the rest of residential homes. That there cannot be a difference, but I really feel that the staff report, we're seeing only one side. And when we get into the next one, I think we get a very cogent, thorough refuting of some of the arguments in staff. And I think there may be more to the other side in this case too. And to that, I would ask a question of staff and Barbara in particular. In the February 1st memo that you authored, it was very supportive of everything in our ordinance. The HCD, during a phone call on January 11th, apparently there was a discussion, and the outcome of that discussion, apparently the next response was to send a memo authored by Goldfarb Finch, I think you in particular, supporting the ordinance. What happened? It seems to have done a 180-degree turn.
We have not rescinded any of the comments we had in the February 1st letter. But I think, as the assistant city attorney said, the council was faced with a threat of litigation from HCD, and also a statement that it would not certify the city's housing element unless it agreed to repeal both ordinances. So regardless of whether the city thinks HCD was correct or not, ultimately the city council was faced with making a decision about whether to basically repeal the ordinances or not.
So the claim now, or the statement that legal counsel, outside and internal legal counsel support you're basically supporting a city council directive to repeal based on their assessment, as I think very, very carefully stated.
There are assertions about what happened in the March 31st meeting, closed session. I think, as you know, those are private. I have no idea what someone has said that the council has done, but the issue that we pointed out was the great expense that the city has already incurred defending the housing element, and the other penalties it might suffer if it did not have an adequate housing element. I mean, the memo that we included in the packet for the April 7th meeting is public.
Yeah.
And basically discusses the choices before the city council.
Okay, but I'm pleased to hear you say that you stand behind the comments and the defense you put for the group home ordinance in the February 1st memo.
I didn't draft the response to the group home ordinance, only the density bonus ordinance.
Okay, but your firm was the February 1st that covered both?
Chair, my firm did that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We dealt with the group home ordinance.
Okay.
And we were very clear that what we presented to both the Planning Commission and to the council that we felt was legally defensible.
Okay.
We also indicated that there were some pending court cases that still needed to go up to the appeal level and that maybe things would change in the future. However, we still stand behind it. The reality is HCD doesn't. And we have tried to have a conversation with them. We've shared our analysis. They think differently. And I think as we indicated, council is faced with the fact of, do we continue fighting HCD, spend $1 million of public funds, city staff time, fighting what looks like to be a losing battle? And I think that they were very clear in that city council hearing that that's what we're talking about. So I don't think that we're backing off on our legal analysis as to the defensibility of the ordinance.
No, I appreciate that. And I saw a couple of hands go up. I'm trying to figure who was first out of Steve and Kevin. Okay, Kevin.
Lost my mouse there for a second. Again, are we still on group homes?
Yes.
Yeah, should be.
Taking my hand down.
Okay. Steve?
I think there's a real benefit to having an approved housing element. And so I understand that there's some finer details that we'd like to readdress in here, but I think having HCD off our back as a city would be important. So if we could establish that we have an approved housing element in this regard, I think there's some real benefit to that. I don't see this as the end of the issue and that there's time later to go back and craft it. I'd suggest that if the greater discussion is on 8B, that maybe we make a motion, or I make a motion to repeal this ordinance, and we can move on to 8A and discuss the specifics of 8A.
8B, I think.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
second.
8B.
Yeah.
So,
and okay, I got a motion and a second.
Can we have
and I'd like to hop in for further discussion, but do you have anything else, Steve, before you?
No, that's it.
Okay. I would like to ask staff as far as the state of the housing element right now. We have a notice of violation, but do we have an approved housing element in place?
The housing element is currently under review by HCD. It's a 90-day review, which is that 3-month window that we are looking to complete the repeals before that end of that review.
Okay. And in the case of the 5th cycle housing element, when does it terminate?
It already terminated.
Okay. So we are back in a state where we don't, did we miss, well, I guess I'm getting into the next one, but I think it's germane to this discussion. Did we miss our opportunity to get no, we adopted the housing element in time so that we don't have to go to 2035 with 4-year cycles, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and there's a grace period of, and they've told us 90-day review, or is that we're basically in a limbo right now? We don't have a currently 6 cycle approved one, but we also are not out of compliance. Is that a fair statement?
If I remember correctly, technically we would be stated as out of compliance, but with a housing element under review. So both aspects are public, and they have a sheet that lists every jurisdiction, what the status is of their current housing element. And so ours would be pending review.
They, excuse me, I believe the status sheet shows every community in San Diego County is out of compliance, except the city of San Diego, which has a conditionally approved housing element, because even though a large number of the cities have already adopted their housing element, not only Encinitas, but Carlsbad, Del Mar, and Solana Beach, just in terms of some that I'm aware of, have already, adopted a housing element before April 15th. But because there's a 3-month review period, under state law, a 3-month period for HCD to make a determination. They're all still shown as out of compliance.
Okay. Okay, so we're like everyone else. So
Yeah.
I've got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion from, and have we lost Amy? Amy, are you there? I don't know if we've lost, no, it looks like we have a connection, but I'm not sure if she can hear us. If we're gonna take a vote, I'd like to make sure we have all 5. Hey, Dina, can you just text her to check in with her?
Yes.
Make sure she can hear us. Sorry for the pause here.
Why don't I jump in with a brief discussion? Bruce, I want to ask you a question. Now, in many ways, I wish we'd lumped 8A and 8B together because it's really difficult to talk about one without talking about the other. Assuming this, let's look, theorize that perhaps these would come up with a split vote where this one said, let's revoke, and the other one we say we recommend we don't. You know, I think one of the things we have to think about here is this is just a recommendation. And so on this item, if we can just move past, I would recommend that, yes, council should stick to their guns and do what they have to. I guess I don't really need to discuss much at all.
Okay, there we go. So I think we have a motion and a second on the table, and if there's no further discussion, we'll call the question.
All right, Chair Ehlers,
No.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Dalton,
Aye.
Commissioner Sharon,
Aye.
and Commissioner Flicker.
You're muted, Amy.
Amy.
What's your vote? No.
Okay, so the vote passes 3-2 with Ehlers and Flicker nay.
So we continue on. Do we need to do a break or anything? It's only 7:30. Maybe if we can aim around 8 o'clock to do a break, would that be okay with everyone?
Yeah, sounds good.
Nodding, good. So we'll move on to item 8B. Repeal of ordinance 2020-09, case number PLCY-004488-2021. And this is a public hearing to consider repealing ordinance number 2020-09, the density bonus amendments, and reinstating zoning code language existing prior to adoption of ordinance 2020-09. The Planning Commission will be making a recommendation on the item to the City Council. The City Council will consider the item at a separately noticed public hearing. Are there any disclosures? I have one where I talked to Dan Vaughn this morning when he had sent me an email and he had also submitted it to planning. And I called him, I guess it was mid-afternoon actually, saying that I had not seen it come back through. So I wanted to make sure, but we talked procedural issues and not anything about the policy per se. So we begin the staff report presented by Principal Planner Jennifer Gates.
All right, the second item tonight, as introduced by Chair Ehlers, is the public hearing to consider the adoption of a Planning Commission resolution to recommend adopting ordinance number 2021-07, which would repeal ordinance number 2020-09, the density bonus amendments, and reinstating the zoning code language existing prior to the adoption of ordinance 2020-09. On December 16th, 2020, the City Council adopted the ordinance 2020-09 that amended Chapter 30.16.020C of the Encinitas Municipal Code. On December 16th, the City of Encinitas had received an advice letter from HCD that did object to that ordinance. During HCD's review of the 6th cycle housing element, the city received a comment letter on February 4th asserting that the density bonus ordinance passed in December was in conflict with state law. It states that the city must modify the program 2D to immediately remove or suspend the ordinance and apply the current state density bonus law until the city's density bonus ordinance is appropriately amended. A notice of violation was also sent to the city on March 25th, reiterating the concerns expressed in the February 4th letter, and stating that HCD may notify the Office of the Attorney General when a city takes actions that violate the government code. Based on advice from legal counsel, staff recommended that Program 2D of the housing element be amended as recommended by HCD, given HCD's view that the ordinance did not comply with state law. On April 7th, City Council did adopt a 6-cycle housing element, which included the objective in Program 2D to repeal the ordinance 2020-09 within 3 months. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend to City Council to approve the proposed ordinance 2021-07, repealing ordinance 2020-09, consistent with Program 2D of the housing element, and reinstate the existing language. Ordinance number 2020-09 is not yet in effect because it has not yet been approved by California Coastal Commission, which extended its review time to March 2022. Thus, changes made by ordinance number 2020-09 have not been implemented by the city. And that concludes staff's presentation. And again, Special Counsel Barbara Kautz and staff are here to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions of clarification for staff? Steve?
Could you clarify which part of Program 2D the HCD specifically rejected? Was it the percentage of density bonus?
What HCD demanded in its letter was that Program 2D include a program to repeal the ordinance. That's the letter, the notice of violation itself, which I believe is attached to the packet, outlines all their objections. And one of which was that they didn't feel that the city's housing program, which allowed 40% density bonuses, was consistent with the provision in the statute.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I guess I'll hop in there if nobody else has anything. The Craig Sherman memo, has staff had a chance, and specifically Barry and Barbara, have you had a chance to review it and comment on it? Or do you have an opinion on it yet?
Parts of the letter support our February 1st letter to HCD, so we thank Mr. Sherman for that. And basically object to HCD's comments on the legality or lack thereof of the ordinance. In terms of the CEQA comments, though, I mean, we've reviewed the comments, we discussed them. I think as was discussed with the previous in the previous item, the ordinance has not been in effect in any part of the city since adoption because it hadn't been approved by the Coastal Commission. And as a consequence, repealing it will create no change in the actual conditions regarding the physical, in actual conditions regarding physical development in the city.
So more specifically, on page 5 of his memo, the repealing, he claims the repealing would immediately and permanently and irreversibly push us to the maximum 50% bonus. Do you agree with that, or do you believe that we would have the ability, because we adopted a housing element before that date and our law was in place? How does that act now that we back up and then try and go forward to the same point we're at today?
As we said, the ordinance was never in effect because of the ordinance was never in effect because of the because it hadn't been approved by the Coastal Commission.
So does that mean it is never going to go into effect because we passed the date?
HCD's view is that you have to adopt the ordinance by December 31st, but that in fact is not what the statute says.
So bottom line, can we get back to the less than 50% density bonus if we repeal this tonight?
Not without risking, the litigation that HCD is already threatening.
Okay, next question is does it put us in a weaker position to maintain it? In other words, repealing it and then trying to do it later, do we flaw our legal arguments worse, or do we have, I believe your memo, and I think it was the February 1st memo, supported our doing what we did, where we went 39 to 41%. Have you changed your opinion that is what we did was supportable?
No, just like the assistant city attorney, we felt that what the city had done was supportable.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand what's the impact now if we repeal to the legal argument? Does it weaken it?
I don't think I'm prepared to answer that question.
Okay, because to me that is one of the, if not the most critical decision point in our decision to recommend appeal tonight or not, and that I would entertain a continuance on this if that's what it takes. If it takes time to go get that legal understanding, I don't want to back up and get in a position where we can't move forward to where we were. And that's been the contention all along, that we could do that.
Both HCD and the Attorney General, to my knowledge, have been attacking any city that attempted to do what Encinitas has done. You are not the only city. And so any city that took the action that Encinitas did is likely going to face, or may face, or at least be threatened with some kind of legal action and referral to the Attorney General.
Okay, but again, it's a threat, right? And yeah, and that the council makes their policy decisions, and they can do that. So, okay. There was a comment in footnote 2 on the memo that said the AG would be precluded from taking legal action.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's incorrect. The AG only needs to meet with cities regarding threats to sue you on your housing element. So they're required to have 2 meetings if they threaten to sue you on your housing element. And they're also required to have a meeting if the city is accused of violating the no net loss statute. But the way that provision is written, they're not required to meet with the city regarding violations of density bonus law or the fair housing laws in the fair housing laws that are included in the government code.
Okay. As far as the other points made and some of the things, I'll call it kind of the same class of good things we've done, such as having reasonable documentation, being able that, the gross versus net, if we back up and we believe in the future gross versus net is going net is more appropriate, more in line with what we do, more in line with what neighboring cities do. Is there anything by repealing that would preclude us from returning to net, or have we triggered some no net loss that would preclude it?
The issue is that after January 1st of 2020, the city was not permitted to take any action that would result in reducing density. HCD's letter accuses one of the statements in their letter is that by going to net density, the city had effectively reduced density. That issue is not going to go away.
Okay, so it'd be the same legal arguments.
Yes.
Anybody else have questions? I don't want to dominate all the questions. I'm not seeing it. Okay.
Amy's got her hand up.
Amy, and then Susan. Amy, you're muted.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. So can you just explain what you just said to the casual viewer? Because that makes no sense.
The city, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, which went into effect on January 1st, 2020, does not allow cities to take any action whatsoever that would reduce density unless at the same time, unless concurrently, that's what the word is, unless concurrently they take an action to increase density.
Unless concurrently.
Right.
Okay.
So concurrently right now is not defined, although there's a bill in the legislature that would say they have to happen the same night. Yeah, there's a bill in the legislature, SB 8.
Okay.
But anyway, that would say they have to happen the same night. But in any case, the city cannot reduce density or could not reduce density after January 1st, 2020, unless it basically increased density at, let's say, I'll use concurrently and we can talk about what that means, but unless it concurrently increased density somewhere else.
Within the same city.
Yes, obviously within the same city. The other issue is that density is supposed to be measured over maximum allowable gross residential density, which is not defined in the statute. But the statute is to be interpreted to provide the greatest amount of total housing units.
Yep.
So those were the issues previously with the gross versus net, and those haven't, those won't change regardless of when you make, when you might want to reconsider it.
So just to the average person listening right now, what does that all mean?
What it means is you can't reduce density.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Susan?
Okay, so I have questions for Barbara. Their contention is that it's burdensome to ask for additional cost analysis and documentation. It's burdensome that we're putting, it's taking more time. And so what if we agree with them to simply drop those parts? Are we still up against the problem that coastal approval wouldn't be done in time? Or if we're reducing rather than adding things into our ordinance, will it be okay and be approved?
HCD seems to feel very strongly that cities shouldn't require additional documentation. We think that they're, so you're asking me what HCD would agree to. I mean, I think you all have the notice of violation just like I do. We tried to make some strong cases a strong case in favor of why we felt the ordinance complied with state law in the February 1st letter that we've referenced. And HCD obviously disagreed with that. So in terms of
but what I'm asking is if we align with what they're saying, from their point of view, if we drop from our density bonus ordinance the additional feasibility work, the additional documentation, if we drop those things that HCD objects to, rather than just repealing everything, we identify the items that they're objecting to and we drop those, will they then approve it?
Well, I think they objected to almost everything. So
really?
I'm not sure what would be left.
So there would be no benefit to going back through and dropping out some of their objections because you're saying that it basically takes it back as if we had repealed it.
Yes, I think the city's better off going back to your former ordinance than at this point trying to cherry pick. We actually discussed with the staff leaving in a few things regarding fair housing. And the concern expressed was what I mentioned before, that any change would then require Coastal Commission approval. And it would leave the city really with, without a density bonus ordinance. So we felt it was to go back to the present ordinance, which has been approved by Coastal. And it's not really a bad ordinance. It just doesn't have as much detail. I mean, we recognize the great work that the Planning Commission did. I think you had 3 hearings on the density bonus ordinance. You had a community meeting, and Encinitas probably has more experience with density bonus applications than certainly any city of your size in the state. Many of them have never even seen a density bonus project. So we appreciate what it did, but at this point, to try to cherry pick and go back, we felt it was better to go back after talking with the staff and understanding about the Coastal Commission issues, better simply to readopt the provisions that have already been approved by Coastal, which are a pretty good ordinance and are actually pretty much in conformance with current state law, than to try to keep a few things, and then at some later date, talk about if there's some provisions of the ordinance that you might be able to keep.
Any parts that we might be able to redo later, not now.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I have it. Thank you.
Let's see, Steve.
Yeah. Is it true? I mean, so we write a density bonus ordinance, and if it doesn't follow state law always trumps the local ordinance, right? So someone can always come and utilize the state law, say on the density percentage, or and then the city's facing a lawsuit or a legal action to try to disprove or to enforce their ordinance. Is that true?
Yes, right now the state has been changing density bonus law almost every year. A few years ago, we checked and there had been 26 amendments to density bonus law, and I think there have been about another 5 or 6 since. So I would say almost every city in the state has a density bonus ordinance inconsistent with state law. And the practice really is most planners just look at the state law because, for those reasons, your ordinance is adopted in a way where it mostly references state law. The provisions that are particular to Encinitas primarily have to do with the processing requirements. And other than that, says you get whatever bonuses state law allows, you get whatever concessions state law allows, and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, and we're still in clarification. So, Susan, you have another clarification question? Your hand's up. Oh, maybe you don't have okay.
I'm sorry, I forgot to lower it.
Okay. And if we don't have any other questions, I think it would be a good time to move into public comment. So I'd like to open the hearing for public comment. And Dina, do we have public comment?
We do. We have 2 speakers. First up is Dan Vaughn.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. So I think for the commission, I just would like to try to translate what Barbara has said much more diplomatically than I will. She's basically said several times, what we're doing as a city is compliant with state law. However, HCD disagrees. And you've basically got here is HCD playing referee with its own set of rule books. The city can and should follow state law, but that doesn't mean following state law as interpreted by HCD. HCD is bullying us, as others have said, and when you let a bully take your lunch money, they're going to come back tomorrow and take it again. The idea that by being compliant with by getting the 6th cycle certified by giving HCD stuff, they won't come back and ask for more stuff tomorrow is naive, right? For the 5th cycle, they demanded the crazy subdivision stuff to make Goodson by right. And we did this whole shuck and jive thing there where we misrepresented to the Public and Planning Commission the purposes of it. It came to light only after a Public Record Act request 3 months later, and the city's subject to litigation on that matter because they didn't do the procedural noticing and they didn't follow CEQA. You're in the same boat here. By CEQA, you need to actually understand what the project is before you can make a CEQA determination. There's lots of stuff about the implementation of the density bonus law post-repeal that is uncertain. We've talked a little bit here about net versus gross, and what Barbara was sort of dancing around is that although her February 1st letter is very clear that city municipal code and general plan call out net, well, we have this uncomfortable precedent that staff policy was to use gross, and we've done it for a couple of single family units. And so is that binding precedent for SB 330 and therefore triggering the restrictions? And by the way, that SB 330 restrictions will go to any changes that you make to the municipal density bonus law down the road, at least through 2025. And so the next bite at the apple isn't a better bite. The only way you have of preserving the 41% maximum bonus density is to preserve this ordinance and instead of repealing it, revise it. The idea that repealing it makes things better because the local coastal review is arguing out of both sides of your mouth. If we're currently under the prior language anyways, because 2020-09 was never certified by the local coastal ordinance, then we're still operating under that law until it does get approved. And there's no real meaningful benefit to repealing other than to reset the claim that you did adopt something before January 1st. And obviously that's what HCD wants. They're the bullies, they're trying to get their way, they're trying to mandate things here. But that doesn't mean we have to comply. This commission's responsibility is to independently weigh the information. And you can't do that until you have all the information in front of you. You need to understand what we're going to do with net versus gross. You're going to need to understand what we're going to require from the applicants for incentives, concessions, waivers. You're going to have to understand what additional information that the city can weigh in balancing those decisions. And then you're going to have to understand what the city's rights and responsibilities are in making that decision. And understand that today you have a very strong hand there. If you make a written finding based on substantial evidence, that will be deferred to in the courts. You are the agency.
Okay. I think you're running out of time here, Dan.
Yeah, so I'm here, I'm available to answer some of the Craig arguments. I helped him write it, but otherwise I'll end my public comment stuff and just be available for questions if you guys have any.
Thank you. I believe we have another public speaker.
Yep, we do. We have Cindy Cremona.
Okay. Do we have her?
She's coming right now.
There it is. Okay.
There she is.
Good evening, Chairman Ehlers and Planning Commission. My name is Cindy Cremona. I live in Leucadia. My community is getting especially hard hit with a flood of density projects, either approved or coming up for your consideration. The Leucadia community feels hemmed in from projects proposed off Leucadia Boulevard, Quails Garden, and on Encinitas Boulevard. Traffic, already dense and frustrating, is destined to see a 30% increase if our low-income housing percentage remains at 15. Projects that have already been submitted are exempt from an increase and will be grandfathered in at 15%. This exemption alone makes it imperative that the Planning Commission stay the course and continue to champion 50%. The city and homes many of us have worked our entire lives to live in is changing rapidly before us, Change for the sake of change imperils the city's character. An uncontrolled density building threatens its beauty and user friendliness to residents and visitors. Please punch through undermining political resistance and stay the course. The city and her residents are counting on you. Thank you.
Okay, and I think Cindy, you meant that for item 8C, as in Charlie? Just to check.
Yeah, you guys kept bouncing me back and forth, so I figured I would just pop in. I can repeat it again at
No.
8C if I can stay up that late.
No, you're okay. We can remember it. So I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page.
Thank you. Thanks, Bruce.
And I believe that I will close public comment and we'll go into deliberation. Oh, is it? Oh, that's a perfect break time. Nice. I like that sign, Kevin. That's a good way to do it. It is 7:58 right now, or actually 8 o'clock. And so let's say 10-minute break. Will that work? But back at 8:10 on the nose, right? Thank you. Remember, microphones may be live, so mute yourself and be careful.
Hot mics can hurt.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Likewise.
At least when I make my notes in these small books, I only have to go back a few pages when we keep redoing these things.
Mine are in Word, so I can just copy them over.
I like the synchronicity of pulling out my old books. I had a meeting a few days back, and I pulled out one of my books. And they're just little moleskin books. I've got dozens of them. And so I pulled up one I hadn't used in a bit, and 3 pages back, or just back from the blank pages, was the meeting from 2 or 3 years earlier, where I discussed the topic I was discussing that day.
Oh, wow.
So I was like, hey, far out. Everyone thought I was very organized.
Serendipity.
Yep. Oy vey.
Well, Steve, not all weeks are like this one. So, just so you know.
Oh, man.
I always remember Brett's very first, your predecessor's very first, I'm going to say 5 meetings. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. And Barry was like, look, this has got to get, we can't have these kind of agendas. And it's like, well, I hate to tell you, it's not always like this. It went for a little longer and then it got much better.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So there'll be weeks like this, or even like half of this, and hopefully there'll be better weeks in the future.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I've always been on the other end of the podium, and thankfully, even though there are some late nights, you get to leave at least at some point. And I realize here, you're in a seat that stays there the entire night.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. And when I was first on the commission, we were going through the very first try at updating the general plan. And instead of updating the general plan, we decided we needed to update our ordinances to match the general plan. And so we did a complete rewrite or look at the entire zoning ordinance and subdivision ordinance, everything, top to bottom. So we had double meetings.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right.
I was having meetings at least 4 times a month. So it was crazy.
Oh, let's not do that.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember my first couple of meetings, we had like EIR after EIR, and there was some couple of meetings with like 4,000 pages of things to absorb, and I was kind of freaked out. I was not prepared.
Yeah.
And I think it was a fluke. Some meetings are easy, but well, they're never easy, but some meetings have fewer 1,000 pages to read.
Yeah.
I'll have to plot it out as I keep track of the total number of pages each meeting.
Oh, really?
That were in the staff reports and appendices, because it kind of tells me how soon I have to start reading.
Yeah.
So my first step is, once I download it all, I just count them all up, put them in a little table, hit sum, and yeah, there were weeks of 4,000 pages, 4,500 pages. It's like, holy cow.
And you've alluded to it, Kevin, but I guess when a project gets continued, then there's a whole new staff report, so all the time highlighting and marking and making notes on, a copy, and then to have it get continued and have to get a whole new fresh, report.
And it's nearly the same 800-page report, but a couple of minor changes, which you have to find.
Okay, can we get started?
Let's do it.
We need Barry.
We're missing
and Jennifer.
I'm here.
Okay. I want to make sure Jennifer's here, then absolutely we will get started.
I'm here too.
Okay, great. We're all set. Let's see. So now we're entering we're on item 8B, and going into commission deliberation. Anybody want to start? Boy, don't all talk at once.
What did I just do with my notes I had sitting in front of me? There we are. I'll jump in because while I felt, giving way on the group homes ordinance was reasonable, even though it was good work, it's not as pivotal to the well-being of our city. We fought a deadline right up to the last minute to get this density bonus ordinance in, and as long as we submitted it before the end of the year, we were able and increased our inclusionary or our bonus percentages, which we did up to 41%, then our ordinance could take place, or it could take precedence. And it seemed pretty clear at the time that if we did not do that, then we would default to the state law. So going back to our old ordinance seems like we're not going back to our old ordinance. We're going back, if we go back to our old ordinance says you missed the deadline and now we're at the state law, which is, it was poorly written. It was short, it didn't have any specifics. It was a bad piece of legislation in my opinion. Now, on this one, I would, since we are sending recommendations to council, what I would like to send a recommendation is that this one is worth fighting for. I would like to see this amended. I would like us to see, we've got 3 months and they're going to drag us out 3 months. We also have 3 months from when the council agreed to repeal these ordinances to do so. And I think we should drag our heels. I think we should use this time to negotiate with HCD. It's like they need a win just as much as we do. They've got new powers. I mean, it may be that it's a chaotic attempt, but in this instance, I would urge council to do whatever is possible to preserve this ordinance, because otherwise we will never go back to 41%. We will be at 50% and whatever else the state throws at us next. And I can only assume that there are probably 200 bills churning their way through Sacramento that are coming our way. This is a popular topic up in Sacramento. So that's really all I have to say on this one.
Okay, who was first, Stephen or Susan?
I think I was.
Okay, Steve.
We will never get back to 41%, right? As soon as the state made a law that is 50%, that's the state law. So I feel like we are fighting a fight where we're just in the wrong. We passed an ordinance and we didn't follow the law of the state law. And now we'd like to be at 40%, but that decision was made for us, right? The state passed a law saying 50% is the rule. So anybody that comes into our city now can pursue a 50% density bonus project, whether we write it into an ordinance or not. That's the case. And so the downside is that we can stand our ground and insist on the current ordinance and be found out of compliance by HCD, which brings it a whole nother level of scrutiny and headache. Or we can repeal it, go back to the old law and be in the good graces of HCD, but it doesn't make any difference. The state law still says 50%.
Okay, Susan?
I think we should stand our ground, but I think we should also comply with state mandates. I think they have, HCD is correct. We should not require additional reports and analysis. We should not require the burden of further documentation besides the state mandated allowable, which is, a basic explanation. I think that we should also not be worried so much about, we should include a grandfathering provision. In essence, I think we should continue to have our 41%, but we should comply with the requirements. And Steve, that is incorrect. We are definitely allowed to go below 50%, but to do it requires that we still comply and satisfy state mandates. And the things that they pointed to, then they said that we're not complying on are correct. We're not complying on this burdensome stuff, and we should strike that. We can strike the report on burden of proof. We can strike financial analysis report. We can strike documentation of other alternatives, and we can still have our 41%. We're allowed to do that. We are allowed to go below 50%. It's not a mandate that everybody has to have 50%. That is if you do not go through and create your ordinance with justification. So if we include grandfathering provisions, for example, and if we remove the 75% requirement, that's arbitrary. I never agreed with that myself. I thought that it was wrong that we had that 75% requirement. There's no requirement on it. And it really burdens us as a city too. So I think we should comply with HCD. I want to comply, and I want us to have this affordable housing, and I want us to strike the things that they point to. I think that we should recommend to City Council meet with HCD, meet with them and negotiate and explain to them our reasoning and our revisions that we will, okay, you're right, we'll take these things out that are not in compliance, but give us that percent, because we are trying our hardest to comply. We are building affordable housing. And the whole point, one of the big points that people keep forgetting about with this density bonus, the point for the state of California is affordable housing. So I think we should make it a point to recommend to City Council that they come up with a plan for at least one site that they're planning to work with a nonprofit or a government agency on for 100% affordable housing as part of the negotiation with HCD. So I want to give HCD what they want, but I also want our city and our community to be happy with what we wind up with. We do need affordable housing. We need at least about 30% of the units built to be affordable in our town by our demographics per our Nexus reports and per our general population. No, that's my opinion.
Okay, and then I'll hop in. I'm going to kind of go down hitting a lot of the same topics both of you hit. I too believe we should stand our ground. Steve, you made the comment that it's in conflict or that the state law already changed to 50%, but that ignores the fact that there was an exemption in there. And that's what we actually did. Why we took the action we did was to qualify for that exemption. And I believe even the memo from our outside counsel supported that we believe, and apparently we still believe, that we qualified for that exemption. So I believe that if we repeal, we will never get back to that 39 to 41%, and we will jump to the 50%. I'll go down each one of the different key areas that the HCD objected to. Net versus gross. Again, we justified that, and our outside counsel agreed that that is doable. So I don't agree that it is automatically against state law. I think we have a good place to stand. The square footage limitation on the density bonus units, I think it's a fairness issue. I think that if we allow a project to build only one room efficiencies at 400 square feet to fulfill their requirement, we're doing a disservice to multifamily or multi-person families. We're also doing a disservice to disabled people who need a live-in caretaker. And there is a great need for larger than one room or one bedroom units that are affordable. And it's a fairness issue. And so I stand by that. It is not, it actually increases the number of beds, but it may make it a little more expensive for them to build them, but I believe it's a fairness issue and should be required. And I think we've supported it. Reasonable documentation is another area. We again, were able to justify and support the requirements for reasonable documentation. And I don't think we're changing that to the degree that that HCD believes that we're shifting the burden. I think we just need, if we need to do anything, we go back and clarify that our intent is not to shift the burden, but to verifying, or I should say guarantee or obtain for our future decision-making this reasonable documentation as the state code says. So we can, if we have to modify something, I didn't see anything in there I thought really needed modifying. I thought they were just, I'll say, throwing the book at us, throwing everything against the wall, intimidating, bullying, whatever you want to call it. And I would, the grandfathering, I think that's implicit already in the state code that if they have a complete or substantially complete, I forget the exact technical term, substantially complete preliminary application, then they qualify under one of the recent laws at that code. So I don't even know why we would need to put in grandfathering. So as I went down point by point, I think we are fine on this density bonus, but we would have to stand and fight. And if we don't, if we repeal, we're put back into a place we will never get back to this, to what we have here. And so I'm going to vote no to recommend repeal. And if the opportunity presents itself, I'll actually make a motion to recommend that we not repeal. Anybody else have hands up to talk? I'll entertain a motion, and Susan.
I have a question for Barbara or our other attorney. On page 29 of 32 here of the, what is this? The notice, I guess, right? The notice, oh no, the report, the staff report, page 29. It says in the information that they sent us, let me go back to it, sorry. I scrolled forward to see what I was reading. Here I am, I'm on 27.8.9. Here, I got it again. Okay, so it says, even if a city or county qualifies for the exemption from the new SDBL mandates, the remainder of SDBL continues to apply to the jurisdiction in 2021. Does that mean that if we do get this exemption, if we can, negotiate with HCD and satisfy them enough that they say, okay, yeah, all right, we're going to work this out. Does that mean that the 50% applies in 2021, or does that mean that
there were other?
What does that mean?
There were other provisions in AB 2345 other than the increase to a 50% density bonus. One of those changes reduced the parking requirements for projects that satisfy that. Anyway, another one.
The other requirements.
Another one changed how you measure distance from a major transit center, et cetera. The city did not. The staff report, if you look at the staff reports.
I thought so. I thought so, but I just wanted to be sure because sometimes, words can be tricky. So I just wanted to be, I thought that's what it was, but I just wanted to be sure.
Right, yeah. The city did not attempt to wholesalely have a wholesale new ordinance that supplanted state density bonus law.
Okay, so the scope of the exemption really should be about the 41% and not all this other stuff tacked in there.
The only two things are the percentage of a density bonus, in your case, 40% rather than 50, or the slight ranges. The other had to do with the percentage of lower income housing required to qualify for 2 or 3 concessions. You were exempt from that provision.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll go. So there, I have a couple of comments. First one is, I think we mentioned earlier about, Barbara, it may have been you citing how many density bonus projects and how many units have been produced out of it. And I think it's valuable for us to keep that in perspective, that I believe Encinitas had a very successful and prolific history on the density bonus. And in fact, on page 31 of the report, the HCD is actually using the data to argue that we haven't. In their data they present to us is that they literally compare us to the city of San Diego. And the city of Encinitas in the last 2 decades has built 33 density bonus units, resulting in 908 project approvals. Sorry, 33 project approvals, resulting in 908 new units, of which 97 were affordable. That's a 10-to-1 ratio, market rate to non-market rate. So I'm going to go back to a theme that you'll hear in the future: highly inefficient as far as and lucrative, but it's inefficient in producing real affordable housing, which is a goal I think we all agree on. But let's compare and contrast whether or not the whether the density bonus program in Encinitas has been successful. I don't know, how much larger is the city of San Diego compared to Encinitas? 100 times? Well, how many over the last, let's see, it's not quite 2 decades. It's from 2005 to 2017, so 12 years. And they have built, 36 projects, and with almost 4,000 units built, and 454 were affordable. So I would say it is probably even less than the ratio of our populations. They should be building a lot more, but the efficiency is about the same. It's around 10% are affordable out of those units that they're building. And it's interesting that their units are much bigger, but they have access to much, much bigger land. And so when they do these density bonus, I would argue as a percentage of projects that we process, we have a huge percentage of density bonus. And that's all that the state can really ask, HCD can ask of us, is that are we or are we not incentivizing the average project coming through the front door of planning to use density bonus to provide affordable housing. And as a percentage, I think we're way in front of the number of projects. We have literally almost the same number of projects in maybe half the time, or a little more than, double the time, but not quite double the time. But the whole point is, proportionally to the number of projects we process, we are doing quite a few density bonus. And I think that common sense tells me that too. If we look around, and we even know from our own experience here in the Planning Commission how many density bonus projects come to us. So for the HCD in this very same letter to tell us that we are not incentivizing density bonus, I'm appalled. I'm absolutely appalled at that. So the second thing is that I got a question, I guess, for staff about net versus gross. And I know that on market rate standard projects, we use net, that we've always used net. But and I heard testimony earlier tonight that said we had a couple of residential density bonus where we went to gross, and basically based on staff making that decision without any, that we don't have any direct ordinance, and we don't have any policy direction from a deliberative body such as the city council or planning commission. So the question is, how binding is that? If we have several projects or a couple of years of projects that made one choice at a staff level, is that binding under SB 330?
No.
Who answered no?
I would say no.
I'm actually looking for a staff answer, but.
Oh, sorry.
Who wants to take a shot at that?
I would say no, but that's just me.
I mean, I think I'm not sure it's exactly answerable. I think it confuses the issue, to be honest. The city has had a practice since 2018 of using gross density with density bonus projects. Both the Planning Commission and the City Council had approved projects that used gross density, but it was never adopted as a formal policy. But, it's not, because the city had the practice, it's not exactly clear what the legal status is.
Okay, so, that's fair. It's not clear, but certainly, did we give up our legislative as a city? I'm not talking for us, I'm really talking for the city council, or referencing what the city council can do. Isn't it within their purview and their ability to adopt an ordinance that would clarify that interpretation?
Yes, but then the ordinance needs to be consistent with state law, and then you have really a factual issue about whether using net density reduces density.
Well, but again, that gets back to the before and the fact that we already use it. So, but in your February 1st letter, I think you supported that we were within our rights at that time, correct?
I did, Chair Ehlers, but
Okay.
yeah.
I agree. It's a factual, but I think it's not as cut and dried. I think we all agree it's not as cut and dried. And I think kind of in summary for me, I'll speak for what I consider the majority of the residents of Encinitas. And I'm going to quote my business law professor again. We should build every affordable unit we have to, but we shouldn't obliterate the city and overdevelop, which is what we are doing. We're building, in the case of density bonus, 10 times the number of market rate units. In the case of inclusionary, 6 times. In the case of ADUs, 4 times. We're building very many more market rate units than we are affordable. We need to find methods, and we'll talk about that, to increase our affordable unit production without overrunning the city. Susan?
Oh, I'm sorry, that was from earlier. I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, any other comments from the commission? Any other? I don't know that, have we come to a consensus as far as what action we would want to do? I heard different commissioners pick and choose different areas that they want. And what's the best way to make a recommendation to council on what to keep and what not to keep, or whether to repeal in whole or whether not to repeal?
Can I take a stab?
Amy, did you want to go, or you had your hand up first, then Kevin, or Kevin, then Amy if she wants to, and then Steve, and then Susan.
Hey, I'm opposed to. I'm not gonna support a recommendation to repeal this ordinance. I think there are 2 elements, really only 2, that are worth preserving, and the first one is gross versus net. I mean, the idea that we would use gross is absurd. I mean, we can have a giant wetland with a tiny little space big enough for a cell phone equipment shack, and it could justify 500 units on it. Where do they go? We're talking. It's absurd. It's guaranteed to create. The only place it gets used or has any effect is the obvious and inevitable side effect is that it will create a project that is not suitable for where it's going. So gross versus net, it's the common man understanding. It's not reasonable. It's absurd, and it's worth fighting for. The 50 versus 41%, I think we made the cutoff. We actually did everything proper, and by forcing us to repeal this ordinance, they're actually negating a benefit that was given, an opportunity that was given to every other city in the state. And we did everything proper, and HCD is going to try and punish us for it, singling us out. separate, different from other cities and other municipalities. So I would, my recommendation here is that we do not vote for repeal. We recommend that repeal at last resort, but fight for these two things. 41%, the slightly less than 50 that we put in, and the gross versus net. Everything else is non-essential. I mean, it was all good work. We did really good work putting this ordinance together, but those two items are the heart of it.
Okay. Amy, did you want to hop in there next? Or are you good?
Can I just say ditto? That's it.
Okay, perfect. Susan, then Steve.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Doyle. I think that because HCD doesn't look at different topography or terrain in a city differently, they're fixated on this gross area, which our gross acreage in Encinitas, first of all, we're not a huge city, but secondly, a lot of our city does have wetland area, and a lot of the open space that we have may have wildlife and may have rare native species and things of that nature that make it not really feasible to look at gross acreage. I definitely, I don't understand why they would be sticking with the gross acreage and neglecting the unique variables. And I did read, this was a couple of years ago and they may have changed their wording, but I did read that some cities successfully argue, you know, they're up against a mountain or something like that, you know, and how can we conclude that in our gross area? Well, in our case, we're up against an ocean and we have wetlands, you know, so.
Okay, Steve?
Sorry. I'm less concerned about gross versus net. You know, we can talk about extremes about being, vast areas of wetlands on your property, but the reality is people don't buy, I mean, that gets reflected in the price of the land. And then when it comes to physically building a building, you know, if only 10% of your property is flat or allows for building, the physical nature of the building is still going to prevent people from, you know, putting in a high rise or something like that. So I'm less concerned about that, but I feel like we're picking a fight over an issue, partly because we've always done it this way. But the reality, again, I think the state laws come in and said, well, it should be calculated on gross. And so, you know, I don't know where the argument is of how what we're doing is, you know, justifiable under the state law.
So I don't know who hit it first. I think maybe Amy, Susan, then me. Go ahead, Amy.
Susan hit it.
Oh, okay, Susan, then Amy, then me.
Okay, well, I kind of see your point, Steve, because I can't really build on a wetland very easily. But the problem is you do have projects that will do all kinds of crazy hydrology studies. They'll make pile construction. They'll really go out of their way to try to make that site work. But at the end of the day, the site really is not suited to the development. But I have seen it happen. I also have seen development fail on such sites and cities be sued, or their jurisdiction if it was in a county area. I'm thinking of Topanga at the moment. But anyway, I just don't know how we could do that. But in a way, it's true that if a developer builds on something that really isn't suited for development, it should be very clear, I think, that it has to be their risk. I don't want our city to take liability when somebody builds on something that's not suitable. So maybe we could add, a note of caution to city council in that regard.
Okay, Amy?
Yeah, I'm going to be far less articulate than Susan just was. We're Encinitas, and this is what we do. We protect are wetlands, period. So I'm not sure why we're having even a conversation about this. So I'm gonna stop at that.
Yeah. Okay, then my turn. Steve, you made two contentions in there. One that if you do it by gross, and that they only have a small footprint, then they're going to get density based on the full gross, and it has to all get shoved into the smaller footprint. So it actually either is going to be a tower or a basements. Basically they're going to be able to get those rights, especially with density bonus where they can have waivers and they can go right through our height limit. So I don't agree with your contention that it doesn't matter gross versus net. You're going to get more units, and those have to go on the buildable lot, the buildable pad of the lot, and that will scrunch it down. At the extreme of a wetland is, you could end up with a 3 or 4 story tower where you would not have had that if you were calculating the allowed density on the net, which is what we do in all our standard development and what all our neighboring cities do. So that's why I still support net. Secondarily, you made a statement that it's demanded by state law. Well, that flies in the face of the fact that if we go back to when we originally passed the ordinance, our outside counsel supported the net and said it is. So there's certainly a level of flexibility or argument that can be made, and we have already made it as a city that net is usable, and we have used it, and therefore it's appropriate. So for those two reasons, I continue to support net. So anybody else? Steve?
We do a lot of feasibility studies for developers, and it very routinely, a project site will come in and it allows 50 units. I don't know, give a number. And the feasibility study will show we can only fit 30 on. I mean, there are certain physical restrictions that are going to come into play, types of construction. So again, partly I'm not so concerned about net versus this. I'd also point out, you're never going to be allowed to build in a wetland. I don't think that this is an issue about whether we're going to be dredging and draining our wetlands. That those are protected regardless of how we calculate the density on this thing.
Well, but in the case of the wetland, you're right. That's probably extreme, but we do have those cases. Certainly in Levenheim, we've got those where you have very large tracts and very small non-wetland portions, such as just off 5th Street. There was a lot of 5 or 10 acres, of which there were 2 or 3 acres that were buildable with houses. So in that case, they could calculate their density based on the entire and then build on just the buildable acreage. And I would argue what we do have a lot of is steep slope. And so they would be calculating the density now based on the, I think of Eolis. Think of the roads on the east side of Eolis and how many of those have lots that go all the way down to the bottom of the hill. Based on what this argument, I'm saying that we could start putting in much more density along those the top, because you'd be using the gross acreage in a density bonus program. So I stand by the net. I think we've already shown, and our council even says they stand by their previous analysis. So on that point, I'm with net. So let's see, was it Kevin then Susan? And then Steve, you still have your hand up in case if you want it up or not.
With the, okay. I think the feasibility is people will find a way there, but I think the real key with the gross versus net is that it's an objective method to control inappropriate developments. Because nobody likes developments, but nobody likes ones that are, too tall for where they go, too dense for where they're going to fit. Now, we actually have real world examples here that I've dealt with. I'm thinking of the Santa Fe density bonus project, where they calculated the amount of units they were going to put in there based on their lot size, and their lot actually went right out to the middle of Santa Fe. And they got to use everything. It was another one of those absurd decisions that entirely hinged on the fact that we were using gross. Gross acreage is always, you know, some lots are, you know, they're 2 acres, no matter how they put it. You know, some lots aren't encumbered this way, but the ones that are stand out. The Santa Fe project stands out on the housing element. I look at Sage Canyon, there's 5.23 acres gross, but only 2.4 of net acreage. So that's more than half the property is unsuitable for development. Yet they're going to use the calculations to have that many units there, and they're going to go up. It's the only way they can do it. And they can. There's no reason, there's no physical constraints that says you can't build a tall building in Encinitas. I mean, there's legal constraints that says you can't. So that's what it all hinges for me. I'm here just on a side. I'm looking at the letter from our former chairman, Glenn O'Grady, who was 10 years on this commission and mentored me into this position. And he quoted from the government code, which says, for the purposes of this chapter, density bonus, in quotes, means a density increase over the otherwise maximum allowable gross residential density. Now, he points out specifically this phrasing, maximum allowable. And the fact that they have to put in a modifier allowable implies that there are factors that can constrain development. And this is, I think, a legal, I mean, honestly, we have a couple lawyers here. They'll tell me what's legal or not. But to my layman's ear, it feels like it's legal. It is a legal justification for our use of net acreage, which is commonly used by all of our neighboring cities.
Okay. Was it Susan or Steve? Susan.
Yeah. So my understanding about the growth versus net is that if your city ordinances normally evaluate based on net, which ours do, then you would continue to use that and be allowed to. So I'm not sure, was there a change in state density bonus law when they decided that you don't have to go with whatever you're already had in your general plan? Was there a change ever?
Is that a question to staff?
The change was that they changed the definition of what a density bonus was. To say it was a bonus over maximum allowable gross density, or maximum gross allowable density. I don't remember exactly, but they didn't provide a definition of that.
The state changed its definition
of what a density bonus was.
Okay, so now, even though some cities were always designing to net acreage, they still will have to comply with the state requirement?
Well, we'll see if the state applies that consistently. We'll see if the state, makes that a standard comment on housing elements. I don't know.
Yeah, and the term out of the code is maximum allowable gross residential density.
I really think then, what I really think is that we should make the recommendation not so specific to city council, but that we think they should negotiate. I don't think the word fight is a bad word. I think, we want to have things be copacetic. We want to comply. We want affordable housing. We want to do it right. And we want to do it right for the state, but for us too. And I don't think that means fighting. I think that means negotiating and doing things in a way that is, amenable. And I think we can take away some of these things, such as the report and burden of proof, and such as the 75% thing. We could drop some of those. We could, they get what they want, we get what we want. That's negotiating. We are going to have to compromise on some things with the HCD to get this through. But I don't think we have to repeal it in its entirety.
So let's see, was it Steve next and then Kevin?
Yeah, I've kind of lost the thread of what we're hoping to achieve here. You know, I could see that there's clearly, you know, some of us are not going to repeal this, and yeah, I guess we're discussing, are we going to recommend partial, you know, like some elements of this or not, or is this a binary thing? Is it either yes, do it, or don't do it? What do we hope to achieve?
Yeah, and I was kind of waiting till the discussion was done to maybe make some proposals along the exactly that line. I'm hearing, I think, a consensus to not repeal. And so what I was going to propose is perhaps we do some votes. And the first one being thumbs up, thumbs down on to repeal in its entirety. And we could say the motion could be something like we, Planning Commission, recommend not repealing the density bonus in its entire ordinance in its entirety. And then we could do a vote. And then we could figure out whether there's some reasonable consensus beyond that, or whether we call it a day at that. I don't know, because it starts getting into a mix of, you know, personal preferences and positions. I think we've produced a pretty good record of the discussion, and I think staff and council have explained the legalities quite clearly. In the end, I'm not sure how much our recommendation will weigh. It's going to come down. They've already made their, as Barry pointed out earlier, they have made a policy decision. We are free to disagree with it and recommend something different because we think there are ramifications. But so what do you think of the playbook going forward of take at least one vote about repealing, thumbs up, thumbs down, and then I'll entertain motions from the commission to discuss any one of the other issues that are component to the future negotiation, or we can call it a day and move on.
Sounds reasonable to me.
So I'll make a motion that we recommend not repealing the ordinance, the density bonus ordinance, and that the council discuss and consider the record that we put together of the merits of each of the different components and whether or not they want to defend them. And then we can talk beyond that. So that's a motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion on that motion? Well, let's see. So to be clear, this motion is to not repeal. So a yes on it means you're advising the council, city council, not to repeal. With that, we'll call the question unless somebody wants the motion read back. Okay, Dina.
Okay, everyone good? All right, Chair Ehlers,
Yes.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Yes.
Commissioner Dalton,
No.
Commissioner Sherrod,
Yes.
and Commissioner Flicker.
No.
So that's, the vote passes 3-2. If I have this correct, that's Commissioner Dalton and Commissioner Flicker with a nay.
Okay. So I'll entertain other motions if we want to try and get a consensus on some of these, or if we just want to take votes on them. Personally, I don't know that there's a whole lot of value in going down each and every one of them and detailing them out.
I feel like we just, that motion, I think, captured what we got to, right? I mean,
yeah. I just want to make sure, I'm only 1 out of 5 votes, so I want to make sure your desires are reflected in whatever formal actions we take. So
We kind of punted this back to council.
Susan, you have your hand up still. Is that intentional?
Yeah, I agree with what Steve said. I think it's enough just they can see what we discussed tonight and they can take it from there. And maybe they'll decide to repeal anyway, maybe not. Maybe I think they should, take a look at what we've already discussed.
Okay. So with that, I think we will move on to the next item. Everybody agree? Let's see. So the next item is item 8C, and that is the inclusionary housing ordinance and in lieu fees. And this is case number PLCY 004342-2021. And this is a continued public hearing to consider amending chapter 30.41, the affordable housing of Encinitas Municipal Code. And it is to change the city's inclusionary housing regulations to increase the inclusionary housing percentage requirements to better address the need for affordable units for all residential development, and to consider an in lieu fee as an alternative method of compliance, and a new affordable housing impact fee for residential care facilities. Are there any disclosures? I hear none, and I think I'll remind everybody, I think we, at Kevin's reminding, we left the public comment open so that we can take public comment, but first we'll start with a staff report from Principal Planner Jennifer Gates.
Okay. Trying to make sure I get the PowerPoint. Okay, everybody see the PowerPoint? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll go ahead and get started. Again, good evening, Chair and Planning Commissioner. So Project Planner Jennifer Gates, and this is our third item tonight. And this is the continuance of our affordable housing ordinance amendments for the inclusionary ordinance and in lieu fee discussion. At the meeting, I'm just going to jump in and keep it short given the time. So I'm going to jump straight to what occurred on March 18th. So at that meeting on March 18th, Planning Commission continued the review of the proposed ordinance from the meeting on February 18th and voted on recommendations for the inclusionary ordinance and program components and continued the hearing. In the staff report and the presentation tonight, staff wanted to provide additional information and discussion on the two items, number 5 and number 7. So the items on the screen are a reminder of what was voted on. It's also in the staff report. The other 5 items, so other than the 2 that I'm going to talk more about tonight, the other 5 items were either already a part of the proposed program or were incorporated into that draft ordinance that was presented on March 18th of 2021. So at the Planning Commission meeting on March 18th, the Planning Commission discussed applying an increased inclusionary requirement for sites within the R30 overlay zone. Additional information was provided to the Planning Commission and the public after the posting of the staff report and prior to the meeting that included a memo on affordable housing programs as well with inclusionary requirements above the 20% and a financial analysis of the R30 overlay zones that was provided by Commissioner Doyle. The financial analysis was provided to KMA. However, they were not able to compare the analysis until after the meeting, and they have provided a chart comparing the key assumptions utilized. KMA does believe that their findings and recommendations do remain valid. And on March 18th, the Planning Commission voted to require 25% very low and 25% low for a total of 50% inclusionary housing requirements for the R30 overlay site. On March 19th, staff received an email from HCD requesting clarification on this vote. In a subsequent email, HCD noted that sufficient incentives must be in place to support the level of affordability required. In addition, it stated that they anticipate HCD will be requested to review the Kaiser Marston report to ensure it is sufficiently rigorous to support whatever affordability level is approved by the City Council, with a link to the HCD's authority under AB 1505, which has been provided as part of your staff report as well. Staff does not believe that AB 1505 applies to the city of Encinitas, since the city has met at least 75% of its share of the RENA for the above moderate income level. However, under the housing element law and other state housing laws, jurisdictions cannot take actions that constrain new development to such a degree that it renders new development financially infeasible. The purpose of a feasibility study is to serve as that evidence that the ordinance does not unduly constrain the production of housing. The KMA feasibility analysis was prepared to determine the viability of potential affordable housing requirements. For properties within the R30 overlay zone, the feasibility analysis supported an increase of the inclusionary requirement by 10%, so 20% very low or 25% low on sites with the existing low base density of R5 and below. However, sites with the existing non-residential or higher base density residential zoning could only support a 5% increase, or 15% very low and 20% low. Staff is recommending that based on the results of the KMA analysis, the 15% and 20% inclusionary requirement be applied citywide. However, Planning Commission could recommend a 10% increase, 20% very low and 25% low for the inclusionary requirement for sites zoned R5 or less within an R30 overlay zone as supported by the KMA analysis. In addition, staff recommends that if the Planning Commission wants to continue to pursue a higher inclusionary requirement, such as the 50%, then Planning Commission can recommend that City Council direct the preparation of a feasibility analysis that would identify the incentives required to support an increased inclusionary requirement for these specific locations. Staff did receive an additional analysis from Commissioner Doyle this morning. However, staff has not had time to review that prior to this meeting. In addition, on March 18th, Planning Commission discussed the provision of section 30.41.060A4, affordable housing standards and incentives, voting to keep the language the same as the density bonus ordinance number 2020-09, but clarifying the proposed provision on how it would apply to single family development versus multifamily development. It was also requested that the additional discussion on this provision occur in the future. After the Planning Commission meeting on March 18th, the City of Encinitas received the notice of violation from HCD regarding the density bonus ordinance number 2020-09. In the letter, HCD had identified concerns regarding the 75% of the average square footage of market rate unit size requirements for the affordable units and its potential to disincentivize affordable housing development. Staff is recommending to remove this provision based on the prior discussion by Planning Commission and the City Council direction to repeal the density bonus ordinance in response to the notice of violation. The next steps for this item is that after a recommendation is provided by Planning Commission, that it would move forward to a City Council hearing. And if that recommendation is received tonight, that would move forward to City Council in June. And then for 2 hearings, and then subsequently would be submitted to California Coastal Commission for their review. So staff is recommending that Planning Commission adopt a resolution, including recommendations to City Council to adopt the ordinance 2021-02 for amendments to the chapter 30.41 affordable housing of the Encinitas Municipal Code relating to inclusionary housing regulations, including the citywide inclusionary increase of 5% citywide, in lieu fees, and affordable housing impact fee for residential care facilities. Paul Mara with KMA and Barbara Kautz with special counsel are available along with staff to answer questions. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, are there questions of staff for clarification? given that this is what the third time we've discussed it, I'm not surprised there's not a whole lot of questions. So are there public speakers?
Yes, there are. We have 4, and the first one up is Dan Vaughn.
Okay, great. I've provided written comments on this. I hope everybody has had a chance to see those, including the outside experts that are on the call. There are sort of 2 styles to the comments. One is just looking specifically and kind of fairly technically at the details of the KMA report as it impacts the Goodson project, which I'm quite familiar with. Since the KMA report was produced, we now have a complete project application for this site. So we can move from assumptions about what might be happening at the site to actual data culled from the application. I put that in a table, and on page 2 is the assumptions. And then I just reprocessed the same math that the KMA consultants used to push through the residual value, et cetera. And that's on the continuation of that same table onto page 3. When I do that report, when I do that math, and that's all that is, it's pretty clear that the Goodson project, as assumed in the KMA analysis, was already extremely profitable. And with the additional adjustments and optimizations that the private market applies to these situations rather than a more academic set of assumptions, it gets even more profitable. And if you add in the lines for the residual land value, the 10% profit margin, and the developer fees, it totals out to about $50 million. I also mentioned the Baldwin project because in that case, they've been even more creative. They've partitioned the affordable units into a separate building and, interestingly, a separate lot. And those, quote, on-site affordable units on a separate lot, segregated from the rest of the units, are being built by partners at Community Housing Works. And Community Housing Works are expert in utilizing income tax credits and state and federal grant subsidies to build affordable housing at about 20 cents on the dollar for what it would take the private market to do. So in that case, the creativity of the private developers to maximize their profits has found an even more creative way to take advantage of the economics. So I would recommend that you guys ask staff to systematically look across all of the projects where there are pending applications and compare the real world profit margins using similar methodology to what the original assumptions were going in. The second level is the earlier stuff in that memo, and that's more of a policy level. And I detail where we are in the 6th cycle housing element, and I pull data from the 6th housing element. And what we see very, very, very clearly is that the existing policies of the housing element build moderate and above moderate quite well. They even do a decent job with low, but we are disastrously not providing any extremely low or very low income housing. And so as a matter of policy, I think you guys have 2 issues that you need to tackle, right? One is the strong desire that we don't trigger no net loss provisions. So building more affordable housing is important, but it needs to be meaningfully and dramatically more than that state density bonus laws encourage. Otherwise, you're much better off putting it all into an extremely low density incentive that's the municipal code and letting the state economic incentives fill in very low or low so that the developers are maximizing their by right status and their 50% bonuses or whatever we ended up with gross and net out of that last discussion. And so that's really all I have to say on this particular issue. The only other thing I would ask is maybe we get clarification on, will council be able to enact a repeal based on the motion you just made? Or is the requirements in process that Planning Commission would need to recommend the repeal before City Council could adopt it? And with that, I'll conclude my public comments.
Okay. I have one question for you, Dan, if I could.
Yes, sir.
On your page 2, you mentioned 50 million in profits. Are you combining the residual value plus the two residual values, the cap and the development cost value?
Yeah, if you're talking about the very last bullet in the memo, which I think you are, we add up to 50 by summing the residual land value, and that ranges between 23 and 38. So let's just call that 30 as a mid-range. With the 10% profit on the net proceeds, which is 15 million, and then the developer fees, which was a little over 3 million.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood how you went from your numbers to those numbers, because what I'm looking for is correlation with what KMA is saying, what Kevin may say too. So, okay, thank you.
Yep. No, KMA had spread the developer proceeds across 3 different line items in their model. So I just added them up.
Okay, very good. Okay, next.
Our next speaker is Susan Turney.
Let's see. There she is.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Susan Turney. I'm speaking tonight regarding the continued manipulation by staff of this agenda item and to encourage commissioners to support a full and transparent examination of this topic. A PRA Public Records Act request was made recently for 6 weeks worth of communications between city staff and housing consultant KMA. The request was prompted by the oddly vague staff claims to commissioners that they needed, quote, additional information, end quote, from KMA. According to the city clerk, staff needed an additional 2 weeks beyond the legal PRA deadline to answer. They apparently needed a full 25 days total to produce what turned out to be 11 emails. These additional 2 weeks were timed perfectly to miss tonight's meeting by 1 day. Staff planned originally to answer the PRA tomorrow, too late for residents and planning commissioners to review for tonight. After publicly enlisting the council's help in expediting a response, staff answered the PRA this past Monday. I'd like to know whether the PRA emails are included in tonight's agenda report, and if not, why not? The records themselves reveal a clear attempt to discredit Vice Chair Doyle's developer profitability analysis. At the same time, they make no mention of correcting KMA's misleading assumptions called out by commissioners in recent meetings. In one example, KMA excluded the very significant increase in land value to R30 on overlay sites, resulting in undervalued developer profits and leading to the erroneous conclusion that a higher inclusionary would not be feasible. Mr. Sapau warned commissioners at the February 18th meeting that there was no funding for further KMA inquiry. As staff found the money to go back to KMA, I assume the contract was renegotiated. Will commissioners have the same opportunity for further inquiry? If not, why not? My request to commissioners tonight is either to uphold your 50% inclusionary vote or continue this item to allow you the chance to consult with KMA and to review their assumptions. Currently, all the information is on staff's side. This is blatantly wrong. This item is fundamental to Encinitas' zoning and housing future. Please do not allow yourselves to be pressured into a decision based on incomplete information. Whatever you decide tonight, ensure that you have, as Vice Chair Doyle put it, a legally defensible position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Cindy Cremona, but she did speak at the last item, I believe.
For this one.
Correct. So we'll move on to Jennifer Hewitson. Jennifer took off. So that's it for the public speakers.
Okay. Let's see. Does staff wish to respond to any of the public comment? I'll take that as
No, but if you have any questions, just let us know.
okay. And does the so I guess public comment is now closed, and we'll move on to commission deliberation. Who would like to start? A couple things that we might want to remember is I think we left off at page 25 on the last as we were going line by line. So that's something we'll want to do tonight. But I think we also have some additional new information. And I think, Kevin, if I can impose upon you to explain your email and take us through the model, because in my mind, that's in making sure that all the different models, we kind of have a consensus on our understanding of what the profit is, basically. Oh, you're muted. Kevin.
For it.
There you go.
Thank you, Bruce. I'd like to point out first, I know I've seen some of the documents, and I see KMA understandably, doesn't like to have their results questioned, and it seems like a lot of effort was put into refute the details of my presentation, which was basically kind of hacked together in a day and a half. Now, I've had more time to work on this, and some of the numbers I threw out at the start, 200 per square foot on cost to build, 500 per square foot on eventual sales price, were obviously wrong. I think the 300 on the cost to build is a lot more realistic. I've been doing a lot of analysis over sales in the Encinitas over the last year. Last year, the average sale price per square foot was $701. And I know some people say, well, that's houses. Condos would be cheaper. And it's like, condos are not cheaper. The numbers I'm pulling out currently right now, condos are selling at $835 per square foot. So there's a lot of money to be made in Encinitas. And, houses and apartment complexes cost the same whether you build them here or you build them in Escondido. And I single out Escondido just because I know that their average sale price per square foot is $368 as opposed to the $700 that we deal with. So if possible, I'd like to share my screen for a minute. And tell me if that appears to everyone.
Yep.
All right. Now, basically, what I've done here is I've taken the Excel charts that I was working with before, and I've pretty much blown it into a website. Now, I'm looking at the Cannon Piraeus property here. I'm going to open this top section. Now, as you can see, it's got a base zoning of RR2, which means 2 units per acre. It's a good enough sized lot, but at most it'll do 20 units. And I am assuming at 50% because since KMA appeared to urge me to use the most current construction cost models, I decided to use the most current data I could get across the board. So 50% is the law of the land, as we've just discussed in the last agenda item. So at its base zoning, this would have been 20 units right next to the highway. With the R30 overlay, it builds 311 units, which is a 1,455% increase in the amount of units. Now, I'm closing this tab up because Can you see my mouse when I move it around here?
Mhm.
So now I'm looking down here at this. Basically, this is what it costs. So I've got my 20, 30, 40, 50% going on up here. And you can see, even at 50%, we only get 33% of the units are affordable. So we start with, you know, a nice example. We say, here's a complex that has 100 units. And we say 50% of them will be affordable, they will. And then with the state density bonus law, they'll tack another 50% on, which means that the, you know, now we've got 50, 50, and 50, 1/3 of the units. And, you know, everyone talks to me about this. Whenever this comes up, they're like, why can't we build 100% units? And 100% affordable units really just don't pencil out. They'll work if we pay for them, but if we want developers to pay for them, they will not. Now, I'm going to close this again because I want to look at this table. I kind of mimicked KMA's model with the green versus the red. What I'm targeting here is a return of about 7%. 7 to 10% is my happy place. Greater than 10 is an awesome place to be. And I broke this out not as a developer. This is not a pro forma. So it's this is just basically, I call it pencil it out. It's just a tool to pencil out something quickly. It says, is there money to be made here? If it costs $300 a foot to build and we can sell it for $700 per foot, you know, we'll have at the amount of, what is it? At $300 a foot, this will cost $178 million to build something like this over the course of how long? 3, 5, 7 years. When it's all said and done, it's going to sell for the market rate units, assuming they're 1,800 feet in this model, would be $338 million of eventual sale price. Now, very low income homes, every one of them is a loss for the developer. You know, a $95,000 house costs $1,800. It's going to cost $500,000 to build. So, you know, this is a obligation we're putting onto the developers, and it shouldn't be seen as a cost, because the reason I'm here and the reason I went to Canada, and I'm going to jump to the RR2. There's no money to be made on this property. I mean, this is assuming I've bumped the square footage up to 4,500. I mean, if this was 1,800, it gets even worse. The whole thing falls right off the edge. So we took a property that was worth arguably not very much. There wasn't a lot you could do with this property. And we've turned it into at 50%, a $96 million positive gain. Now, we can quibble over the numbers here. We can say, well, wait a minute, that should have been 371. Let's change that. You know, it's still a $50 million profit versus a, you know, even at 20, let's drop it back down here, at 20 units that are 4,500, if we assume 20%, it's a fraction of the profit. It's actually a loss at 50%.
Kevin, can I just stop you right there?
Of course.
Did you just, maybe I misheard you. Did you just say a $96 million gain?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Kevin, can I ask you the same question I asked Dan in his analysis? Sure. Are you summing both the residual land value increase plus the I'm assuming developer profit to get that number?
Basically, I'm looking at the cost to develop,
yeah,
and the cost of the land, which in some cases I know precisely what the cost is, because well, this one didn't. I don't think this changed hands recently. Most of these products changed hands shortly after they were originally chosen as housing element sites, generally at very steep valuations. You know, it's like, I'll bring up
Well,
Sage
but
Canyon as an example.
to answer the question, because I think it's very, very important, because I think when we get to KMA, like we went through last time, their residual land value was one component of value increase that was only the landowner. And during the last meeting that where we actually deliberated, I think I questioned Paul on that, and he agreed. And he said in some cases they do look at both developer profit and the effects of developer profit and the land value increase. But I think what you're looking at here is both land value profit and developer profit when you compute total profit, because you're taking total project cost minus total land cost. I'm sorry, total revenue of the project or sales revenue minus the total cost, both the building it and the actual raw land underneath, right?
Yep. And I'll take that a step further. I'm actually ignoring whatever the original price of the land was. I'm just looking at this inflated price that developers have already proven they'll pay for these properties, which comes in from what the ones I have obvious examples is about $1.5 million per acre. So we end up with these $8.5 to $11 million properties.
Okay, so therefore you're not including the land value increase, which is the smaller portion.
It's compared to the development gains that are great. The difference between, you know, here's Sage Canyon. It sold for $8.5 million on October 11th, 2019. So it's no way in hell is this worth 1.6 million. And this is including those gross acres that aren't really very usable. So it was kind of a crappy deal. It only made sense if you assumed you were going to be able to use gross density and you were assuming you were going to get 30 units per acre. Other than that, it really doesn't pencil out very well.
Well, I think the goal today, we don't want to be criticizing individual projects. You know, in ideal, we'd be talking, anonymous ones, but we want to understand. We want to use this to help us understand the KMA analysis and blend them together to the degree we can and come up with confidence on what we think the numbers are.
And to be fair, I've picked on these projects because they're already in the works. I know these, they're pretty much outside of our purview, or at least this end of things. What changes we make to the inclusionary ordinance will not take into effect. I think HCD was pretty specific. We're going to have to grandfather these sites in whatever rule they came through.
Okay. Can we hold there, and can I have Steve wants to hop in if we can? So Steve?
Yeah, Kevin, could you explain where are you getting the project cost in this case? I see $300 a square foot. Is that a construction cost? Is that a land cost?
Like I say, this is not a pro forma. This is a pencil out, and I got this from KMA. They saw when they came back, says no. When the current report said it could be 371, although a little later on in their note they says, you know, it's $300 could be a base number, and I took them at their word, and I can change it. The whole reason of building this thing, Excel charts, static Excel charts with fixed numbers don't tell you very much about what's going to happen with the development. You know, now
I guess I'm curious. So does that includes all soft costs and hard costs to a developer?
Exactly.
It does not include the land
Everything
costs.
except for the land.
Yeah.
Everything except for the land.
Yeah. He's assumed a marked up land cost at the new valuation. So he hasn't even included in this profit number the increase in the residual land value to put it in the KMA terms.
And I specifically did that because whenever I do a projection like this, I like to be pessimistic. If I'm looking at this as an investor, and this is more, you know, private equity, small projects, you know, where I might put in, you know, 250 or 500,000, and this is kind of, you know, this is our bread and butter. I'm not a big developer. I'm not out for the big kill. This could be floated out, and this would get investors, and this would make money. Now, I'm certain there's certainly Steve and all the lawyers on our board. I know you know things I don't, but honestly, it's like I can figure out what things will sell for and what things cost to build, and it's just math. If I've left things out, there are things that would be to the benefit of the developer, not to their detriment.
Okay. I want to do a quick time check. It's 9:33 right now, 9:35 actually. So we've got 25 minutes until our nominal stop. I know at least one commissioner would like to take a break at 10 o'clock. So if we took a break at 10 o'clock, would we be willing to go later tonight to get more done on this and possibly bring it to a conclusion? I got 1, 2 thumbs up, 3. No. Not even, so my question is 10:30, would 11 be acceptable given the pretty onerous? And then I guess there's one other, I call it housekeeping. Could we pause on this item and continue the cannabis, or rather than making anybody that's hanging on tonight listening for cannabis? I just do not see us starting a new item after 9:35. So I will entertain a motion to continue item 8D as in dog. Roy, recommendation to a date?
Our next meeting on the 20th.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to continue a date certain to May 20th. That'd be item 8D. Anybody want to make a motion, or I'll make the motion?
I'll second it then.
Okay. Bruce made the motion. Steve seconded. We'll call the question.
I think that's you, Dina.
I know.
Yeah,
It was your share screen that caught me off. I'm like,
this is one of the idiosyncrasies of a Zoom meeting. We're fast on some things, but Dina still has to change computer locations and stuff.
yeah,
So
and then I couldn't figure out how to get this share screen so that I could see my screen. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have Commissioner Ehlers made the motion. Commissioner Dalton seconded. So we'll call the vote, and that's Chair Ehlers.
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle.
Aye.
Commissioner Dalton.
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod.
Aye.
And Commissioner Flicker. Amy?
Aye.
Okay, great. So the vote passes unanimously.
Okay, and I apologize to anybody hanging on, waiting for this, but rather than make you wait even longer, I think it's best to continue at date certain. So, okay, now back to extending the time of tonight's meeting. We probably should just go ahead and do it now. Do I have a motion to extend? And we will take a break at 10 o'clock. Probably a
move to extend.
Okay, I've got Susan's motion.
I'll second.
Second. Is that a Kevin second?
Yep.
Okay. So
Now,
motion second.
Are we extending it to a time?
Oh,
To 11?
I would say 11, unfortunately, as much as but I would not entertain going longer personally. So I'm assuming maybe there's one other person, and so, but let's say 11, if that's acceptable to the motion maker and second. Sounds like it is. Looks like it is. I'm getting nods. So.
All right. Chair Ehlers.
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle.
Aye.
Commissioner Dalton.
No.
Commissioner Sherrod.
Aye.
And Commissioner Flicker.
No.
Okay, so it passes with 3-2, and the nays being Commissioner Dalton and Commissioner Flicker. Alrighty.
Are we back to
Yeah,
inclusionary?
we are back to it. Thank you.
Let me just make a couple of quick sentences here, and I'll pass this off to someone else for discussion. The valuation I put together was kind of a checksum. I wasn't happy with what I saw. It was pretty obvious. It was leaving a lot of money on the table. And with the amount of money that these projects can develop, and I mean, I'm looking at this one here, Baldwin. I don't expect they're going to scrape together the 300 million on themselves. It's going to be banks. It's going to be investors. The money will come. It won't come all at once. It'll come over the course of the project. The incomes from this will come towards the end of the project as properties start changing hands. Had this been a rental property, and perhaps it will be, I mean, there will be a different metric, but this was just a rough take. It's like, is there money to be made on this project? That's what I looked at. And it's pretty obvious to me that there's piles of money to be made on this project, even at a high affordable percentage. And I was quite frankly disappointed with the report I got from KMA. I feel it didn't cover any of this. We're taking properties that are worth hardly anything. We'll take a look at Vulcan, which this is a good one. This is pretty much in the works. They're probably going to plow right through this. They're going to make 12, if they do this in 5 years, they're going to make a really good rate of return here. Now look what happens there if this was an R3. There is nothing to be, 9 units could have been built there. There's just no way to make money on that. It would not have built a product that would have sold for any profit. No developer would touch this with a 10-foot pole. It would have been beaten up greenhouses forever. But because of the magic of R30 overlay, suddenly it can be generating somewhere between 46 and 26 million at 50%. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And this is, I can break this out. I've got these tabs shrunken up just so it'll all fit on a screen. Because I think this metrics down here is important.
Yeah.
But this property sold for 4.9 million, the most expensive of the housing element sites. 2450.
So
2,450,000 per acre.
So I think we get your point, Kevin.
Yep.
Yeah, you and I are number wonks, and so
I'm gonna pause here. I can share this or stop sharing at your discretion. What do you think?
You can stop sharing for now would be my thought, unless somebody has a particular question. I'd like to pivot momentarily and go back to the previous meetings and talk about just recap, because I think what I've heard tonight is KMA stands by what I read in the staff report. KMA stands by their previous report, the report written in December of 2019. What I'm disappointed in, both in staff and in that conclusion, is that we spent quite a bit of time going through the KMA report last meeting. And in nowhere in the staff report or in the assertion that you stand behind your report, did you address any of the concerns I raised last time? And I'll go back. I thought about having the tape queued up, but I'll just read the quotes as I was asking about developer profits, which, by the way, is exactly what Kevin was bringing up there. And Paul, you answered to me that we do not typically use either residual land value or developer profit as an outcome. We find it most feasible just to model everything solving for residual land value or supportable land payments. We have not shifted increased profit to the land value, end quote. That was Paul at our last meeting. And I think we showed that in that one example we went through in detail, 4x the profit on the land. And I think when I further question, well, wouldn't that increased developer profit in a free market, find its way back into bidding up the residual land value? And I think, Paul, you agreed yes. So I'm actually quite disappointed that we didn't address that and nothing's been done. And I think it adds on to the feeling I expressed last time, almost frustration at, I feel like I'm in a one-sided game. That if we come up with what's a good idea and we show that it is feasible, it's been done in other cities. I've got staff, according to the Records Act emails, is working with KMA to discredit Kevin's analysis. Not to look for the truth, not to look for the correct answer, but to show that Commissioner Doyle was wrong. And when I took a different path and to the same point, and I think I showed that there is quite a bit of profit in there that will bid up the land value. So even if you don't look at developer profit, you got to look at the residual land value, and I think there's quite a bit of more money there. And I still stand by that. And I think the third point now is would be Dan Vaughn's analysis, that he showed essentially the same thing, that the developer profit's going to drive this, and that's what's driving the decision, the incentive to build a density bonus project, a R30 affordable housing overlay project, is the fact that it's incredibly more profitable for the landowner and the developer, which are often the same people, to do that. So, I stand by the 50%. And I'm going to go just a little further because I've thought about it and I think, well, we actually have, this issue has been in front of the Planning Commission, oh boy, since 2017. And so there are three of the commissioners here are new since then. And so I thought a little history lesson and some comments made in the previous density bonus, affordable housing, I'm sorry, inclusionary, I still have the density bonus, and the inclusionary. So let's go back to December 14th on our trip to HCD. That's where I think I related this story. I asked directly whether HCD had a problem with 50%, and they said no. They just required the feasibility analysis, and I think I heard the same justification tonight. Okay, fast forward to May 17th, 2018. And if you want to look at it for yourself on the tape in the future, at 4 hours and 20 minutes into a 4 hour and 39 minute, we were talking about this very same topic. Barbara Couch was in the audience or in staff. And I asked directly about this, and the quote was, "It's fairly common to have a higher inclusionary." So quote's fairly common. And it went on to say, Barbara, you went on to say, it's fairly common actually when communities upzone to require a higher inclusionary. You said some more than you called it a substantially higher inclusionary requirement. And I'll give you a chance to respond and clarify, but let me continue because it doesn't stop there. At the city council meeting on July 18th of 2018, I presented the same idea. This is the same idea that the prior chair of the Planning Commission had brought up originally and had championed. And I played the tape of Barbara's quote, figuring that nobody would believe me, but and Barbara again was in the audience. And it was a very, very interesting discussion to rewatch. I rewatched it just days ago, yesterday, in fact. And the discussion was excellent. I would say at least three, if not all, Joe Mosca, Catherine Blakespeare, Tasha, all said something to the effect that if we can ask for a higher inclusionary rate, we will, we should, we would. There was comments by some of them that, well, we've been told 15% is the limit. But I would point out, as I think I did last time, the Goodson property went to 20% voluntarily. So that 15% clearly is not right. And it was interesting that the council actually said about the analysis to look at the higher rates. And I think it was Joe Mosca in particular, but they all seem to agree. We need to expedite this. There was quite a bit of discussion about expediting what we're talking about tonight. Now, remember, this is in July of 2018. And so the report came back, and then it just languished and went nowhere. And so I want to make sure as a commission, because I'm certainly basing my judgment on this, and I think it's important for a planning commission all to have the same information and be using the same public record. And I think this is all part of the public record relative to inclusionary. There's been quite a bit of testimony in the past that said 50% is feasible. I think we're seeing 2 at least analyses that say it is feasible. I think we have pointed out, or I have pointed out, where the KMA study falls short. Furthermore, I don't think that flaw or those flaws, because there were several we pointed out, have been corrected. And so I stand by where we were. End of tirade. So comments, questions? Barbara, do you want to comment on the quotes I made from you, or Paul? I think same to you. I'd like to hear any response you have to my comments.
My only comment would be I didn't specify any particular percentage because I'm not an economist and I'm not equipped to say. Also, I think at the time we talked about this, the city's inclusionary percentage was 10%. So clearly it could have been raised higher than that.
And
so
in fairness,
that's all I'll say is I don't think I.
Fairness and complete disclosure, I think you cited an example of a specific plan in San Francisco you had seen that had a 25% inclusionary for that.
Right, but that was based on quite a detailed economic analysis.
Correct, and you were very clear about that if you impose an in lieu fee, you must do a nexus study, but you don't need to do a nexus study for raising the inclusionary housing requirement above 15%, but you do have to do, you called it prudent to do an economic feasibility analysis. And I forget which law it was back in that time frame that basically the reason we settled on 15% originally back then is that there was a safe harbor clause in the state law that was passed that said the developer couldn't even sue us for 15%.
Well, no, that would be nice.
There was some safe harbor clause, correct?
Yes, HCD cannot review your economic feasibility study if it's limited to 15% low for rentals.
Okay. Okay, that was that. I'm sorry, I misremembered.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Paul, did you want to say any comments?
Yes. Good evening, Paul Mara with Kaiser Marston. So just a few comments. We are confident in our methodology. This is our standard approach for these types of feasibility studies. We have done this type of work in a variety of communities throughout the state, including other affluent communities where market values are very high. On this issue of residual land value versus developer profit, the one method over the other, or adding the two together, what I believe I was trying to communicate at the previous meeting, we can set up the models to solve for change in residual land value while holding the profit target constant, or we can set them up to solve for change in developer profit while holding the land cost constant. The method we use here was to look at the change in residual land value. If we were to switch all the models to hold the land cost constant and solve for the change in developer profit, we would still end up with the same green, yellow, red shading in our report, because we would still arrive at the same gradation of feasibility. We're just using a parallel metric. In the real world, whether the enhanced feasibility, the increased value, travels to the land or to the developer profit has a lot to do with when the land is sold. If the land is still held by the prior owner who's not going to develop it, they're going to sell it to a developer, then that owner is in position to command a higher land price. If the land traded at a low land price and then the new density is in place, the project's entitled, the developer is likely to command the benefit of the profit. So we don't see the land value and profit as additive as though they're going to the same party. So I'm sorry if the report in these various ways is not satisfactory to some of the commissioners, but this is our standard method. We do stand by it. We're confident in our conclusions.
Can you comment on Commissioner Doyle's reports of the land sales on some of these projects? They got rezoned to R30 and they sold at very, very high profit levels.
Right.
Very large increases, I guess.
Right. So we'd have to look at them individually as to when they sold and what their what's in their application, what type of project the developer is proposing to do. I don't have the information in front of me to gauge whether those represent windfalls. We tend not to talk in aggregate numbers of tens of millions of dollars. We need to talk per unit, per foot of land, percent of total development cost, percent of value. We need to have a comparative measure.
Right.
So upzone in general does increase land value. And if the inclusionary requirement were in place concurrent with the upzone or prior to the upzone, the higher inclusionary requirement, it might have impacted those land sales. They might not have been as high.
Agreed. Yeah, but isn't that the whole point? Is that well, how do you explain what I would characterize as a gold rush right now, where we went from we upzoned 15 of these parcels, and there are 7 or 8 that are either at the application level or very close or through it in some cases. It seems like everybody is rushing. The incentive is large enough that they're moving very, very quickly.
Well, I mean, these are rare opportunities to develop this type of multifamily housing in your community. And so the market's very interested in it. I think our models capture that. We don't have to specify what the current land cost is because we're testing the difference in supportable land payment from a base case to the various upzone / inclusionary scenarios. And so we're always focused on that delta and the magnitude of that delta, how much increase or not is generated by the upzone with the increased inclusionary requirement.
Okay, and as far as what we talked about last time, the 11 million in the example we cited compared to the 3-point-something million in residual land value increase, that's where I'm going, and you seem intent upon discounting that or not including it. And I think it's real world, and it is part of the project value that is being granted by the upzoning, and our general plan is very clear that upzoning shall result in a public benefit, and one of those public benefits we could derive here is the ability to get real affordable housing on the ground. So I stand by my 50%. I think I understand where the money's going. I don't agree with your conclusion. So anybody else? Sorry to dominate like that. Oh, Steve, sorry. You're up on the big screen now, and I should move you back down to the smaller screen.
Can you, just for clarification, where did we leave it last time? Because I thought, did we already vote on the 50% for the R30 sites? And is that vote already recorded?
It is, yes, we did vote on it. We could, if somebody makes a motion to unvote on it or change the vote, we could do that. We were where we left it off. I think it's like I said, is the page 25. We were going through line by line. So I'm open to what the consensus is of the commission on how to proceed. I just wanted to make sure there was new information in the staff report. I wanted to make sure we got it out there and had time for staff to explain it too.
In the interest of time, I guess I'd be in favor of not rehashing old debates that we have. I mean, the 50% was voted on and was part of the recommendation, I believe. Okay.
Does everybody else feel that way? Did we lose? Oh, there's Amy.
I feel that way. Some of the properties I analyzed looked like 45 might have been more of a happy place, but 50 I think is is acceptable. I think we can make it work. A developer who can't make this work with this many units to play with is, is not a great developer. This is a gold mine here. Our property value, our price per square foot is higher than just about anywhere else. So it's like, if you're gonna get a chance to build, 500 units at the Baldwin property, you're gonna jump at it because you're gonna make money on each and every one of those units. And it works. You make more profit if you build 500 than if you build 50.
Okay. And I was wondering if I could hold the two thoughts. Could we take a break right now from 10 o'clock till 10:10? Would that work for commissioners? Okay.
Yep.
So let's do a break for 10 minutes, back at 10:10 promptly, and then we'll try and get to a closure on this. Thank you. And again, remember, microphones are open.
Where is he? Oh, bird. Patty, stop it. Where? Come on, guys. I gotta go. I gotta, boy, to go to bed.
Hey, Amy, I think your mic's open.
Is it? Sorry. I just got a little boy that's got to go to bed.
That was very helpful. Good timing.
Okay. I'm learning. I'm slow to learn, but I learn eventually.
Yeah, 2 hours seems to be the cutoff.
Yeah. Well, 2 hours and 10 o'clock is the, in many households is the bewitching hour when you have to.
Hold this up. If anyone's
it's in bed.
Hasn't gone here, go here. Because I'll hold this up when the public's available again. Because it's a simple tool. You can add in your own square footage. You can create a lot. It's just meant to be a quick way to analyze, is this something that money can be made of?
That's pretty cool.
And
okay,
I'll have more to say in a minute.
I know that I was entertaining Bruce because I was like yelling and screaming at my cat and my dog. So
I sent you a text. I heard your voice in the background.
Ah!
You didn't say anything embarrassing.
Thank you. Hope not. But this
is as we get everybody back here and I get
Bert.
We're almost there.
So here's Bert.
Yeah.
So he's one of the ones I was yelling and screaming and shouting at.
Well, he's not overpowering the microphone, so let him purr away. There we
Definitely
go.
not.
Okay, so we'll come back to order here. And I think we can go through the remaining pages pretty quickly. I think that was one of the tasks we had left. And then I think I agree with Steve. I think it sounds like we're all pretty much in the same position. We have no need to rehash a very good, thorough discussion we already had. I would say go through from page 25 on, line by line, finish that up, and then do whatever resolution we have to do to bring this to a conclusion. And hopefully we can do that all in the next less than 50 minutes. And I saw that brought a smile to Roy's face.
Susan has her hand up, and then I've got it queued up to share my screen after when we're ready to start.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Susan?
Yeah, from the standpoint of HCD, if we didn't have any rental units, they wouldn't even look at this, I believe. If we are only having owned units for sale, HCD doesn't look at our information, is what I've read. Just a thought. Another thing I wanted to say is that I'm hearing a lot of information from staff about the affordability for the developer to create units. And I'm hearing a lot from Kevin Doyle, Commissioner Doyle, in his report about, well, there's a lot of profit here, excess profit. But what I'm interested in is how many affordable units the city actually needs. And when I look at our demographics, about 30% is what we need. And so for me, irregardless of what staff tells me and how much money can be made, is the actual need of our city. And so just a footnote here that I already voted, that's history, that happened at a prior meeting. But what I think we might want to think about in terms of city council reviewing this is the actual demographic need. What percent of our population requires or needs benefits from affordable housing? Not how much money does a developer need to make or how much excess money they're going to make. Our need, our actual affordable housing need is something that I'm concerned about.
I don't know if Jennifer, if you can address it. I think that's actually some of the whereases in the resolution describes our need for affordable housing and what percentage of our future housing stock. And the number that jumps to mind is 57% of our projected future housing stock needs to be affordable to fulfill our right? Isn't that what it says in the resolution?
I have to go back. I have to pull that up. I don't
Yeah.
have it memorized. Sorry.
So, yeah, because I made that point. One of my motivations here for why, as a policy or as a implementation group, we're trying to meet the whereases in the very resolution we're recommending adoption has to meet with whether with the actual what we're incentivizing, and we need to incentivize many more affordable units. I don't think anybody will disagree with that. Now, to a previous point that I think staff and Barbara have made is that in order for us to do this, I think to use the words is inclusionary cannot be confiscatory. It can't be a taking. So we have to do, if we go above 15%, we have to do an economic feasibility analysis. And so I know we've had a long discussion about what KMA did. And I remember from the previous discussion that the primary purpose of the KMA study was to set the inclusionary fee. And so I was thinking, how are we going to transition from this? We have conflicting data in front of us, not unusual in a commission, right? I believe the common sense that, of course, there's a difference between a upzoned R30 property where the developer gets the owner and the developer get a boost, and citywide. And I think there should be a higher percentage, significantly higher. And I believe the numbers that Kevin's done and I've seen in the KMA study, but obviously the consultant doesn't agree. But in order to give the council what they need to pass the ordinance, I think we have to recommend that a new economic feasibility analysis be done. It may be with KMA, it may be with a different firm. That is ultimately a budgetary constraint that only council can answer. But we as a recommending group can ask for that and say, we believe we see plenty of opportunity based on other cities, based on et cetera, et cetera. So I see two steps tonight. One is would everybody else support recommending that the city council approve money to do a new economic feasibility analysis that is strictly looking at whether 50% or 45% or 40% is feasible. And then number two, passing on our recommendations that we previously voted on.
And just to clarify, Bruce, you're talking about the economically feasible for the R30 overlay sites. Is that correct?
Precisely. And I think if we did that, I can't think of which one of the three cities, I talked about it last time. One of them had 4 different classes of inclusionary for different overlay situations. And I would recommend we do maybe not 4, but I see a minimum of 2 and I think maybe even 3. And here's what I would propose. For anything that is single family residential, and when I say that, I mean RR2 up to RS11, so single RS11 being the single family zone, would have the 50% 25-25 inclusionary. Anything that is multifamily, and that would be RS11 up to whatever the highest one is now in our specific plans. I forget. Not the overlay zones, but that are stepping from that lower residential zone up to from that lower multifamily residential zone up to the R30. They would have a different number, and I would propose that number at closer to like 35, subject to a renewed economic feasibility analysis, looking at that particular or looking at this explicit item. And then a third class would be for major use permits, or sorry, mixed use, it's getting late, can you tell? Mixed use, and mixed use I think we've seen in all the scenarios is much less lucrative, and I would go with the standard inclusionary on the mixed use. So, and I think what we recommended was 15 low, 20% very low. And so I thought that was kind of the best law when you go out and do a survey, but that's what I think. And I think that also addresses some of the varying profitability that you experienced and that KMA experienced in looking at these different models. And I think I just saw a huge discrepancy between mixed use and the others. And I thought another good way to split it is single family, multifamily zones. And there you're going from very objective. It's a very objective standard then. And I think it'll allow us to get the most inclusionary, real affordable housing on the ground.
Would you also recommend looking at extremely low?
That's up to the council. You know, my thought, I'm just trying to solve the huge, I think what we always assume is whenever we say low, we usually have assumed 50% extremely low, 50% very low, right? So under that scenario, right now, I don't want to complicate things. I think it's such a long road to get where we've gotten. I think I just stick with. Let's move on to 25. I have to.
And just to clarify, I've jumped back to the March 18th version. I haven't checked to see whether the new staff report goes.
I'm using your March 18th version.
Okay, good.
I tell you, I'm going to miss the big screens when we're back in front of each other.
Yeah, I know. How many laptops can we bring into chambers, right?
No, I'm thinking more old eyes looking at a nice 26, 28-inch screen.
I've got two 19 inches in front of me. That's why my head keeps turning, because I've got different screens doing different things.
Do you need it larger or is it okay?
No, it's fine.
Are we at, okay.
So before we move, I just wanted to because I did bring it up. Did you guys want to discuss the number 4 here on page, since we're on page 25, number 4?
I already had it highlighted from last time around. I think we should just strike it. I think when we push this thing through and HCD is going to be looking for any little thing that's, and this is one that's persnickety. We didn't get really good agreement on it last time. Everyone argues, it's like, wait, 75% should be 60%. How about no bigger than 2,000%? We're micromanaging here. I think we should just let it go.
But I think you run into a problem like we're seeing that we're seeing in one project out here, where you end up with only 495 square foot efficiencies as being provided.
But I mean, the very next line says the unit mix based on bedroom count shall be proportional to the unit mix based on market rate units. We've got all sorts of sentences after this that don't go into the precise size, but all talk about proportional development.
What I liked about the 75% is it's very objective. The bedroom count is, but we've seen the games played with bedroom count.
Oh yeah, I know. How tiny can it be and still be a bedroom, right?
I agree with Kevin.
What's a bedroom? Yeah. Well, if you want to strike it, I don't know what the others.
I would agree with Kevin in this. I feel like this is just going to be a lightning rod for us, and it's a little vague. And I think instead of trying to wordsmith it, because I think there's we should be distinguishing between single family houses and rentals, but I think item 5 covers any kind of parity between units.
Yeah, I think item 4 is just asking for trouble, and while it may fix some situations in some projects, it's just something they can point to and say, ha ha, look, we found something offensive.
Okay, Susan?
Yeah, I would strike it. I think 5 covers it well.
Okay, I think I don't see Amy right now. Is she off screen for me or? Amy, if you have your hand up, you'll have to just speak up. I don't see you on my
I'm
screen.
here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Yep.
I'm here.
That's fine. I just, if you just yell out. So, okay, it sounds like consensus is strike it. Move on.
I'd like to look at 6B.
What page you
Where
on?
am I?
Same page?
This B right here?
Oh. Steve? You're muted, Steve.
I'm sorry. It was on that same page as the last thing we were discussing. It was only 2 items below it.
Oh, this right here.
Yeah. This is talking about 20% of this is kind of trying to distinguish between the distribution of affordable units. And my question here is, would this preclude a developer? What about that scenario where they are going to develop an affordable housing project, a building, they'll hire Community Housing Works to go do something within their site. Isn't that's clustering all the units together, but it's also a very effective way of getting the project built and done.
Yeah, but the question is that what we want as far as, we talked earlier about stigma of having everybody's located over there. Previous projects, it's always been that you couldn't have a separate entrance for the low income in a project that had a low income. So now we're talking about allowing it to be segmented into a separate building and a separate lot and a separate project. From a fairness standpoint, I don't agree with that. I think it should be intermixed so it is not obvious that they're. One of the reasons I like the 75% is that at least it didn't stand out painfully that the smallest, least desirable are the low income units. So.
And there is a dispersion that we did add that the dispersion requirements would not be applicable if the units were being financed by low income tax credits because they wouldn't qualify if they are depending on how they put the project together. And then also if it was a senior housing project.
I'd be comfortable with that language in there if it's already in there.
It's already there.
Okay, so if it's not 100%, if it's 1% financed by that, does it suddenly trigger, or is there some minimum threshold? Are we talking about a 100% portion that is completely financed through those tax credits, or is it? I'll go back to house. There's the Les Bag used to talk about the one 4-story apartment that it's mixed use. The one in Encinitas Ranch, and it's like 3 storefronts and I forget 300-400 units. And he said, if you think that's mixed use, then come over to my house and I'll drop a shot of vodka in a gallon of water and I'll call it a mixed drink. I mean, I see this as a loophole that somebody would take advantage of.
You can't get tax credits for what you're describing.
Good.
Tax credits are extremely competitive. Generally, unless you're in a rural area, which you certainly are not, the project needs to have at least 40 units. So you're not, and then similarly with affordable senior housing,
Okay, next.
You might want to use, there's a definition of senior housing that requires that the project be 35 units or more. That's in the UNRU Act, Jennifer, and we could change that to use that definition of senior housing. But anyway, you're never going to get a low income tax credit project that's 2 little units, or 4 little units in a place.
It's true.
And anyway, so I think that would, it would mean that those would have to be substantial projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm good. Move on. Steve, you good?
I'm fine.
Did we're leaving 6B in place? Is that?
I think so.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. It is another one of those kind of awkward run-on sentences.
I would like a clarification on item 1 on the next page, page 26,
I gotta tap that.
top of the page. The applicant request for density bonus is this saying that they cannot receive federal funds if they request an incentive? I highlighted item 3 that follows it for financial assistance.
This is one of those carryovers. I'm reading it again. This is existing today. So then what's your question? Sorry.
Well, does it preclude it? Does it, how does it apply to financial, receiving financial assistance? Say you receive tax credits or something. Is it saying you're not allowed to use an incentive?
Isn't the intent to split it so that you're not using other financial incentives, the other, what is it? Financial assistance to pay for the density bonus units. The density bonus units are to enable the developer to get higher density. But if they're getting financial assistance, say from the city or for somebody, those units should not then allow them to qualify as density bonus, right?
But why not? Aren't we just trying to provide housing for at affordable levels?
Well, I would ask why would we? Because we're really trying to provide, I think the argument is the other way around. It is you're getting less total affordable units. You're giving away your affordable, your density bonus benefit for free then.
No, if units are affordable, you must give somebody a density bonus. That's what the cases say. Regardless of whether they're getting federal or state money for it. You can have any city assistance as one of your concessions, but you're not required to give it. You're not required to provide money as a concession. I'm not quite sure what the point of this paragraph is.
I'm trying to figure out what does it mean to individually request financial assistance?
I think it's to as the regulatory incentive of the density bonus law. So if you're requesting an incentive or concession, then you're asking one of your incentives or concessions that you're requesting is the financial assistance from the city. That's how I read it.
But it shouldn't include federal and state sources. That would not be considered a concession by the city.
Yeah, that would seem like a separate source of funding that if you could find it, you could find it. I don't have much direction on what I would do there other than it just seems unclear to me. And I worry that it may be negatively affecting someone's ability to use, federal assistance to build affordable housing.
Am I on a hot mic?
Yes, you are.
Okay. It's 10:30, past 10:30, guys. Are we going to 11? What are we doing here?
We said 11 in the motion.
Right.
Or sooner if we can get done sooner.
If there's concern about the funding, so the option of federal or state funding, could, and I'm looking to Barbara too, as well, is strike that first sentence of number 3. Or clarify on number 1 that it pertains to city assistance, just in general.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Barbara and Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, but these are standalone individual incentives. That one does not depend on the other. So the first one is just saying that you can request incentives through the density bonus law, which is number 1. Number 2, it's a second incentives that the city or developer can request city assistance. And then 3, they could request financial assistance independent of the request under number 1.
But they're saying number 1, the way that the second sentence of
I understand. It was explaining, there's always this issue with, with inclusionary zoning about whether there are sufficient incentives. Thanks, Roy. This one just explains, the primary incentive, frankly, is the density bonus incentives, but it also says you can ask for other incentive, right?
So if you were to ask for the city for financial aid, that would count as one of your incentives.
No. Well, yes, it would. Yes, that would.
But if you were to go find federal funds, that shouldn't negate, or that shouldn't affect the number of incentives that you get.
Exactly. So maybe it would clarify this just to take out the first sentence as Jennifer suggested. The developer can you don't have to have in your ordinance that the developer can apply for federal and state funds. The developer can just do it. Does that make sense?
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
I can suggest to also delete the word also, the next sentence. The developer may also apply.
Oops, sorry. Next, Susan has her hand raised.
Okay, Susan, thank you. I'm trying to correlate.
Can we move
notes and
can we move down? Can we move on?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm looking at the next part down here, 30.41.070, timing of construction of inclusionary units. And under A, the final approval body of the city and developer may agree on an alternative schedule for development that is recorded in the affordable housing agreement. Why do we even do that? I don't understand why that's included in here. Is that a requirement from the state? Or is that something that, because I like that we have stipulated, isn't this part of the requirements of the state that the city may not issue permits for more than 50% of the market rate until it's issued for all the affordable units? Why is this other line in here?
No, this is your own ordinance. The state doesn't control the provisions at all.
Yeah. I can give a little history, and Roy, you can correct me where I go wrong.
Okay.
Basically,
yeah. Why do we want to add this?
Yeah.
Why do we have this line?
Yeah, on a project on Sheridan, they ended up building all the market rates, and they didn't build the one affordable. And in a way, the city got burned. Eventually, it got cleaned up. But so that's where the 50% came from. Then, if you'll remember, on the Fox Point Farms, and because of our dispersion requirement, it makes it difficult, because where they want to build in phases of buildings, and we're saying, hey, you have to disperse the low income to the different buildings, it's hard to get to 50%. So that's why this is in there. It allows, in the case of a development agreement, we can have a more flexible way to do it, and it supports some of the prior policies.
Okay. I just wondered. Okay, thanks.
Can I point out a typo in this sentence that really makes it not a sentence? The final approval body of the city and developer may agree on an alternative schedule for development that is recorded. It should be than is recorded. shouldn't it?
No, I think grammatically you can say that is,
I think it's fine.
which is, that is,
Mhm.
But
which shall be, which shall be recorded in, I would
approval
prefer
body may
the
create,
shall, but I wasn't going quite down to that level here.
on an alternative that is recorded, but it's not recorded. It's the one that's not recorded.
Could we take,
Recorded.
could we, I like to prefer shall be recorded. Because that makes it
Well,
mandatory.
But no, they're not saying to shall or shall not. They're saying that the final approval body may agree on a different schedule than the one that's recorded in the
Yeah, then
housing agreement.
It's to be recorded. It shall be, like Chair Ehlers. It's because the affordable housing agreement is what we are going to record on the property that will state all of the requirements of that affordable housing development.
I just think that spell check would have find this proper, but THAT is not the
I
word.
think that is, but it should be said, I think that is included in the affordable housing agreement. Because the agreement is what's recorded, not the provision, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you're right.
The alternative schedule is not recorded in the affordable housing agreement.
No, the alternative, it's included in the affordable housing agreement, which is, and the affordable housing agreement's recorded.
Okay, I'll take it. It's just
Yeah.
I've read too many of these things now, and it's like I trigger when they don't parse as actual sentences.
So change the word from recorded to included. Does that help?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. Anybody, any no? Okay, moving on. I've got 21 or 19 minutes left, so.
Okay,
start
moving on.
plowing.
I'm on page 27.
Does item A allow a developer then to build ADUs instead of affordable? ADUs do not have to be rented, right? If they were rented, they would be affordable, but these could essentially all be guest houses to the primary residence.
Yeah.
So the provision has been in the requirements. And so what you see being added on this one is that if they're doing, so 50% of the total required inclusionary units as accessory dwelling units for the projects of 10 or more units or 5 accessory dwelling units, whichever is less in any given residential development to satisfy the requirements of the chapter. So they can't construct more than that. Before it was just, 5, I
Thank
think.
you. I'm fine with that.
Okay, and they're by definition have to be affordable. That's the last sentence there. So if they're going to use them, they have a covenant on them that they are affordable. I think that's the, no, wait, no, it's not. It says shall not be.
Not be subject.
I believe
That's
the in lieu fee.
Okay, but they have to be set aside as affordable units in perpetuity to answer the inclusionary requirement. Okay.
Yeah.
75C.
All right, 30. I'm sorry, 29.
What page 20? I'm still on now
28?
down to C, the offsite construction.
Okay, so we're on 27. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's 27, right?
I'm right here.
Yeah, I would add that it require planning commission or alternatively city council approval to build off site. I think it was there and it's being struck out right now. And I'm trying to see where it was struck out, but
It's right here.
I guess the city council, does that include planning commission? I mean, in the fact that they delegate their authority to us?
No, that at the time, the reason why we are striking it out is because planning commission is typically making, I believe, the decisions. I think we had a lot of discussion about on staff of trying to make sure that we were identifying the correct hearing bodies.
Okay, in that case,
Or just saying the city and then whoever makes the final decision.
what I would like is to change that, not strike it out, but put planning commission and just make it statutory.
Can you switch the next page to look at item
Well,
5?
no. Is there an approval process in? Yeah.
Roy, yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. Roy, we had a discussion about who approves.
We're talking about
the next
offsite.
page says
Yeah.
it's the city manager or designee.
So typically for multifamily development, it's subject to planning commission review and approval for discretionary permits.
I think then we should just change city manager or designee to be planning commission.
Does it need to be? If there's other triggers that mean that require it go to the planning commission, then it will always come to the planning commission.
Yeah,
I think it needs to be, because I've seen too many examples in the past where things get approved when we have an intent. So I like to be explicit.
It's a
Yeah, so
big deal. This is not housekeeping.
It's a big deal. Yeah.
If I could, number 5 related to the, Mr. Chairman, number 5 is just related to the housing agreement, the affordable housing agreement, which is
I wasn't down there. I was up top.
Chair.
That was where the strikeout is.
Yeah, I just wanted to address Commissioner Doyle's comment about number 5. So I just wanted to just to clarify the reason why city manager is under number 5, but I agree with you, the chairman, that the appropriate place, if the commissioner wished to be the authorized body to authorize offsite construction, the ideal place would be where we struck out.
Starting on page 31, there's approval procedures, and it requires that anybody who has on-site units has to submit an affordable housing plan. And and the affordable housing plan is processed concurrently with all the other permits required for the residential development. And then is approved by the approval body. So the issue would be, since this only applies to larger projects, I believe all of those would go to the planning commission.
That is correct.
Yeah, so basically, rather than specifying planning commission or council or in each of the sections, I think that the intent was to consolidate all of that into the review procedures that start on page 31.
Guys, can I just say, we've got literally 13 minutes left. Are we really going to get through this? No. Can we kick this to next time? This is
Well, we may end up there, but it would be nice to get as far as we can, or I don't know. Other commissioners?
I just feel like we're rushing and not making good decisions right now because we're debating stuff.
Well, we're supposed to be debating stuff. That's precisely why we're here.
Right, I know that. Thank you. The point being is, I don't think we're going to get through all of this debate in the next 13 minutes.
Here's the thing that we'll decide it. I mean, have we come to any consensus on the in lieu fee? Or feels like we've kind of focused on other aspects of the inclusionary ordinance and haven't really focused on that at all?
My personal opinion is, it seems like this needs a little bit more thought and debate than what we're like trying to rush it through. That's just my 2 cents, and I'll shut up.
I agree that we're not going to get through this tonight. I don't think we should start a different discussion about the level of the inclusionary fee. If we wanted to try to get through 2 more pages or something, maybe we could just do that. We're only getting through 3 pages in one night. So we don't have a stellar track record on this.
Susan?
Well, we only need to get through about page 34. Isn't everything else attachments?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there aren't many. That's what I was hoping to do.
Maybe we should extend and get, isn't it important to get this passed?
I think so, but.
I mean, I think we want to get it in place and get it done right. So we do have probably, I'm going to guess, 10 or 15 minutes of procedural type things of just voting and making sure we go through the list that Jennifer showed us earlier, and that we may want to talk about what I proposed as far as having 3 different classes of inclusionary up to the 50%. And so that probably will take more than 12 minutes or 10 minutes, 10 minutes that we have left. So
I'd be willing to extend if others are. I'd like to get through this.
I think we're losing clarity with people. I've noticed even in staff and myself and others, I normally would, but I probably wouldn't tonight, just because I want to make the right discussion and clear. How does the commission feel about the following if we continue at date certain to the first item following consent calendar? So we're fresh and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and that I would actually close public comment so we can just, as though we'd finished up tonight and finish our discussion, and we can then make our decisions and do them as quickly as possible in 2 weeks.
I would second that.
Okay. Or you'd make that motion and anybody second that?
I would second Steve's motion there.
Okay, I've got Susan's hand up and Steve's hand up and Amy's hand up. Susan, do you have a comment? No. Okay. Amy, do you have a comment?
Second, third, whatever.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so no comment. So
I'll call the question to.
Just for clarity, can you read back that question? Just so we I didn't do it as a motion to start, but if you can tell us what we're voting on, just to make sure we're all voting on the same thing.
So that's to finish, we're going to close the public hearing and finish the item first thing after consent calendar on the May 20th meeting, as if it would have just been wrapped up tonight. So we're closing the public hearing.
So continue date certain 20. And who made the motion?
That would be Steve.
And second was
Kevin.
Kevin, yeah.
Kevin, thank you. Okay, great. Call the question.
All right, Chair Ehlers.
Aye.
All right, Vice Chair Doyle.
Aye.
Commissioner Dalton.
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod.
Aye.
And Commissioner Flicker.
Aye.
All right, vote passes unanimously.
And just for clarity, what page were we on, Jennifer?
We were on the offsite construction on page 27.
Okay. Okay. So
we'll just pick up there.
Yeah.
Yep. So with that, I think everything else we've continued. Future agenda items added by the planning commissioners. Anybody?
Oh,
Amy, I see your hand.
Waving your hand. You're muted, Amy.
The PC day.
Gosh, dang it. I'm so bad at this. I'm so bad at this. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Oh, I'm so bad at this. So I wanted to ask a quick question, and maybe this is not the right place to ask, but I'm going to do it for the public. I've got a question, like Roy, who sets the rules for how long before we have our meeting, we are going to receive documents that we need to review and actually digest before we actually have our meeting. Who sets that rule?
It's in your bylaws, in the planning commission bylaws.
Oh, so this is bylaw stuff. Okay.
How many days, if you're referring to staff reports and agenda reports, when those will become available to the planning commission, those are in the bylaws. I believe it's no more than, or no less than 6 days prior to a hearing. However, if you're referring to public comments are allowed to be transmitted to you until the hearing. However, there is provisions in the bylaws that discloses or provide transparency to the public that any comments received 3 hours or within 3 hours prior to the hearing, so that those comments may not, while they will be transmitted to the commission, but they may not be reviewed by the commission in terms of regarding, I think, to address perhaps maybe your concern of these last minute data dump that we normally get, and the commission don't have sufficient time to review those documents. Sometimes.
So Roy, for all of us just so I'm learning here. So for all of us, like when Dina has got to do all this like transmission of all these like, this information from the public, I feel horrible that I don't necessarily have like, up to the last minute information before I sit down in front of everybody, and I feel terrible. So what do we do?
That's probably possibly something that we could revisit.
Can I make a suggestion, Roy? I think it fits in with a previous agenda item we've asked for, and I think you agreed we were going to do, which was review the bylaws as a commission. And so that would be a great place to talk about this exact issue, is the timing and what we think the bylaws should make the requirements that allow for full hearing, full review by the entire commission of the information that goes before us. Obviously, we're not going to talk about it tonight, but in fact,
I'm so sorry, Chair. That's just was my question.
No, I'm just trying to funnel it into the slot. Roy, that we've talked about that. Is there any idea when we might get to the bylaws in our overall agenda?
I think that's a good segue into what I'm going to discuss and report out in terms of some additional meetings, given that we're continuing. So from tonight, we've continued several items. So that would have an impact to the next meetings. So it depends on, the agenda and availability, the capacity of the agendas. So
yeah, and I wanted to add one item tonight that was really augmenting the bylaw one, which was I wanted to talk about setting agendas and pre-approving or reviewing agendas before as part of the bylaw review. And then the second component of the bylaw review is something we've talked about with Lillian, which is putting together training. And I've been gathering information and talking to former planning commissioner chairs, and I'd like to put that ultimately into the bylaws. So part of that bylaw, I want to make sure that bylaw item covers more than just, it'd be the entire bylaws, and we might decide to augment them in multiple ways.
Okay.
Can I share something briefly? This is for specifically for Amy. I just pulled up my email here, and I can see from 3:52 on, I've got unread emails. So I get within 2 hours of the meeting, and I'm focused on the meeting, and it's like the emails start pouring in. And I'm like, you should have really sent this an hour earlier. And I felt bad the first year or two.
I feel so bad.
Now I just feel I'll get to it, but.
Time out. Let's not discuss. It's I got 2 minutes. Yep. And so any other future agenda items? Okay, planning commissioner reports? None? City planner reports. Okay, Roy.
All right. You've seen my email. We initially we're looking at the May, I believe 27th or June 10th special meeting. Unfortunately, we did receive consensus for June 10th. However, there's a conflict that night. So we requested for June 8th, and we do have a quorum for June 8th. So we are moving forward with a special planning commission meeting on June 8th. And hopefully, given the capacity and the workload, that if it's if we're successful, we may be able to place the bylaws on that night on June 8th. So.
And just for clarification, Roy, this is special in that it's not normally scheduled. It's not some of our special meetings. We focus on a deep dive into a single issue.
Correct. It's called special meeting. However, it's going to be it's open to all items. It could be any items to be reviewed. So most of it will be focusing on private development projects this night on June 8th.
And there are no oral comments on non-agenda items on special meetings, correct?
I'll defer to Barry on that.
I think that's on a special meeting. There's no oral comment meeting on non-agenda items, but there are public testimony on agenda items.
Okay. Agreed. Okay, is that it?
That is it.
Adjourn? Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you for the staying an extra hour. I appreciate the extra effort. We almost got it across the line. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is May 20th. So I now adjourn this meeting to the next regular Planning Commission meeting of May 20th, 2021 at 6 p.m. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.